Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome to JJ's Chess Pots Palace. Monday night in August on the Oregon coast. Hope you're doing well. Nice day today. Out and about today a little bit. Did a good deed for somebody. Got out of my car. I was going to pick up some crispy chicken at the market. And, man, they have good chicken. Holy crap. Got my Diet Pepsi. And I get out of my car and I see a debit card lying there about 2 feet from the curb in front of the market. So I bring it in, give it to the guy. He's totally cool behind the counter. And he goes, yeah, thanks, man. And I go, yeah, somebody wants this, I guarantee it. And so I'm getting my stuff, picking it up in the back and grabbing some Diet Pepsi. And all of a sudden the guy goes, that's the guy right there that found it for you. And older lady around my age, was very thankful. She came in and told her where I found it out in front. It was right in the parking lot, about 2 feet from the curb in the space next to me. And I just happened to walk at that angle and see it. So fortunate and great timing by her because she got her card back. So that was a great thing. Happy to help out. So good deed for the day. Try to do as many as I can. Here's the chess schedule. There you go. And my Discord. That is an invite, so if you want to get on the Discord, chess and wizardry. Wizardry at 11 in the morning and chess at 6:30 at night. PST, Pacific Standard Time. And then every once in a while I play wizardry after I log off with chess. You know, come on unannounced, so. Depends if I'm tired or not. That is the chess, and this is the wizardry. Second side just started the Discord and the wizardry channel just about a month, about 5 weeks now, I think. So we'll get started tonight. We're going to do some lessons off the bat. I'll take some challenges after I do lessons. And I know there's a player that wants to play me. He's like 2,300. 2 or 3 years established on chess.com, so I'll try to remember to hit him up when I'm ready to take challenges tonight, if I don't get tired. And had some paperwork to do yesterday, so I didn't come on. I apologize for that. And took the whole day off to make sure I got that done. And then ready to go tonight. So let's go to learn and lessons from chess.com. Trying to get the advanced lessons done, and I'm going to have to go back over some of the things because I've missed them. They're going over openings now. This is how do you choose a move. I really like these lessons. That's a reason I'm Diamond member. I love the lessons, the puzzles, and I like the video lessons, the master classes. They have other video channels. There's lessons on every opening, mid-game, end game. I mean, they're really cool. I think it's a great thing. Love the app. I really do. So we'll go over this lesson.
It's helpful to look at forcing options for both sides when you decide on a move. That way you'll usually be able to spot important attacking ideas for yourself and your opponent.
And we'll go with the explainer video.
As you continue to improve your game, you will have more tactical and positional ideas competing for your attention. How do you choose a move? Should you try to play a tactic, or do you need to improve your position first? Did your opponent's last move create a strong threat in the position, or should you ignore it and create an attack yourself? There are no easy answers to these questions, but the more you practice answering these questions, the better your move choices will be. Let's take a look at some positions and try to decide how to choose the best move.
Let me know if, because I have my speakers on as well, so the microphone's picking up the speakers. Let me know if it's if the voice is doubled or not, if you would, and we'll continue.
In this position, white has a serious advantage. White's pieces are far more active than black's, and notice that white has doubled rooks, putting pressure on f7. Black's king looks a lot weaker than white's king, and it looks like white has a crushing tactic. White plays rook takes f7 check, forcing king to h8. When you play a game of chess, it is important to think about what has changed in the position after every move. After calculating that white can win a knight by force, after king h8, white did not ask what's changed in the position after the last move, and quickly grabs black's knight with rook takes d7. By only focusing on what white could do and ignoring the opponent's ideas, what did white overlook?
Checkmate.
When black's king left the g-file, black's rook on g8 is now pointing at the g2 square, joining the queen hiding on a8. Black delivers checkmate with queen takes g2. Let's see what white should have done instead. After king h8, once white notices what has changed, what should white do? Should white immediately block the queen's threat with knight to f3? This move is good, but can you see a way for white to defend against checkmate and threaten to checkmate black? That's right, queen to h3. White protects g2 and also threatens checkmate on the next turn. By combining defense and attack, recognizing the opponent's ideas without giving up on your own ideas, white has a very strong attack against black's weakened king side and should go on to win this game with careful play. For example, if black plays knight to f8, protecting the h7 square from checkmate, one strong idea for white is to play rook e7, threatening to remove the guard with rook takes f8 on the next turn and deliver checkmate. Black's passive pieces, all on the back rank, are no match for white's active pieces working together. Most players prefer to attack and make threats rather than defend. When we are considering what move to make next, it's useful to ask, what move would my opponent play on the next move? White did not ask this question and only thought about white's possible moves and played queen to f3, attacking the rook on a8 and clearing the way for g4, trying to open up lines against black's king. It's tempting for black to decide where to move the unprotected rook on a8, but why does black need to react? Does black have a stronger threat? Do you notice all the weak dark squares around white's king?
Yep.
Black can
C3.
play the powerful queen to c3, threatening checkmate, a much stronger threat than white capturing black's rook. Notice that there is no defense to queen b2 checkmate. How could white have avoided this unfortunate end? Let's take a look at the position again. If white would have asked what moves black could play on the next turn, white would soon realize that queen to c3 is a crushing threat. And since white does not have a stronger threat to make against black, white must prevent this threat. Can you see how white can defend the weak c3 square and attack black's powerful dark square bishop? That's right, knight to e2. And after moving the bishop to safety with bishop to g7, now white can safely play queen to f3. And after rook to c8, threatening queen c2 checkmate, white should be okay after rook to d2. Sometimes you have to find patient, defensive moves before you can start building your position to attack. Let's take a look at one more position.
Want to stop this for a sec and change my chat setup for wizardry. Okay.
Not all positions have simple attacking or defensive moves that you can find. In this endgame, the material is even, but the one weakness black has is doubled pawns on the c-file. Notice if white only thinks about attacking the weak pawn on c6 with knight to e5. White forces black to make a good move with c5. Black's main weakness in the position, the doubled pawns, will be fixed on the next turn with c takes d4, when black will have a very solid position. What should white do instead?
Hey.
As the c6 pawn is a weakness, this is a clear target to attack.
One sec.
White should first prevent black.
Cats are acting up. Hey, Shadow, what are you doing? You move out of the way. You let her go. Yeah. No. Nope. Thank you. There you go, bud. Oh, man. Okay. Good boy. Sorry
Black
about
from
that.
removing that weakness. But how can white do this? By freezing the pawn on c6
Shadow,
with c5.
stop.
Now that white has a concrete target to attack, c6, black is in trouble. After knight to d7, trying to prevent knight to e5, white can still attack c6 with knight to b4. And after knight to b8, white overwhelms black's defenses with knight e5. White will win the c6 pawn on the next turn and have good chances to win this endgame. Now that you've looked at ways to choose a move, it's time to prove that you can find the best moves.
Yeah, we'll see if I can.
Black.
Black has several choices available to recapture white's bishop on e6. Choose the best move. I would say taking it with the pawn.
Exactly. Play the moves you have to play before the moves you want to play.
Bishop and queen
Black would
checkmate if
prefer
I
not to
don't.
make this capture, blocking the rook and isolating the e6 pawn. But this is the only move that avoids checkmate.
Okay.
Can you find the powerful move for black that wins a pawn?
That wins a pawn. Alrighty. Let's see. I might be wrong on this, but I think bishop takes king, takes f2, check.
Great find. The
There we go.
desperado bishop sacrifices itself,
Yep.
weakening white's king and regaining the pawn.
Yep.
Let's capture white's knight on d5.
Yep.
Nicely done. Black has regained the material and weakened white's king with a strong position. White is ready to capture the a4 pawn. Is this white's best option?
White is ready to capture the a4 pawn. Is this the best option? Huh. I don't think so. D2, D1, D, D8, and you get the knight outright.
You have great tactical alertness. Rather than capturing a pawn, let's win the knight. Nicely done. White won a knight instead of a pawn. White is up a piece, but 2 white pieces can be captured. Choose black's best move.
Well, the queen on C2 is the threat with the knight. If you take the G7 takes the takes F6, then it's mate. So you have to get that knight out of the way first.
Black prevented checkmate, but white wins another piece. Try again.
Oh boy, I missed it. What is up? Choose black's best move. Oh shoot. Didn't see it.
Nicely done.
Didn't see it.
Black recaptures
Yeah,
the
I did.
knight, preventing checkmate on h7
Hey
with a
DH,
solid
how you
position.
doing? How you doing tonight? I am doing great. How are you, DH? Doing great. Took the day off yesterday. I had to do some paperwork. But I'm doing okay. How about you? Man, I should have looked at the board, didn't see it. Missed that one.
Black has 2 passive bishops and a bad pawn structure. How can you improve black's position by offering an exchange?
Okay. I think it would be H5. I don't think that would be taken. I actually think it's the pawn move. Might be wrong.
Excellent.
There we go.
Black is prepared to play c takes d4, undoubling black's weak pawns on the c file.
Thank you.
This
DH.
move
Good
also
to see you
prevented white
too.
from shutting the dark squared bishop out of the game with c5.
Doing good.
As the position opens up, black's bishops come to life.
Lesson complete. Basically going to do a few of these to the next one. Good plan chess is better than no plan at all.
When you don't know what to do, one good idea is to find your worst placed piece and improve it. Once all of your pieces are on good squares, there's more likely to be a tactical way to win material.
Okay. explainer video. Thank you all for watching tonight. Thanks, DH, for coming in, man. Appreciate it.
How often do you find yourself in the middle of a chess game, and when it's your turn to move, you have no idea what to play? It happens to all of us. When there isn't a clear tactic or obvious move to play, we need to find a plan. Sometimes plans can be complicated, long-term ideas, but more often they can be a simpler 2 to 3 move idea. In this position, with black to move, it isn't easy to find a move to play. Let's find a plan for black.
Okay, I'll stop
Where
this
do you
for a
notice
sec.
the most tension in the position between the white and black pieces?
Yeah, this last month we've had a few, and handled it the best I can. So then we had that stopped for a week, which was really nice because it's been ongoing since January, February. Not by that person, but I think it's multiple people. And actually, the arenas were doing very well. And then, of course, Friday and Saturday ended up happening again. So thus, I put in the club chat the reasons why I want people to read the room before they enter the arena. If they start playing on registration, you know, because I run Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 o'clock, 6:30, we need 4 people at least to start an arena. They're unrated. They've been unrated for a long time. Started for Love of the Game Tuesday and Friday Night Blitz back in June of 2024. So it used to be we had some really solid players, legit players that were high rated that would come in and play. And that was an incentive for people to come in and play them. And as bad actors started moving in with accounts that eventually got banned or ended up getting banned, some because I protect my arenas, I report people if I really feel that there's something wrong. And anybody that's 2,200 or above has come in 28 now. It used to be 26. We have one person that was legit, who is the FIDA master. But I won't get into that. But the 28 since June of 2024, and all of them eventually got banned. So it got to the point the last few months that people come in and they purposely come in over 2,000 rated and just farm medals. And even if the highest rated player is 1,000, and with the bad actors moving in, the solid players moved out. And there was a situation with his FIDA master that I'm sure some left because of that, not because of what he was saying. Because I actually knew the guy, I met him. But the flack that I get usually with my arenas, people don't like me reporting people, especially if they're cheating. And the FIDA master took offense, not knowing the situation that's been happening, because it was his first time in the arena. And his friend played in them up to that point multiple times a week. And he was the one that introduced FIDA master to our club. And then I got sick with COVID, so I only saw him for 2 Sundays and a couple hours apiece. So people were angry because I get so much flack, and then this guy's piling on too, because he was legit. but of course they're not seeing the whole situation, you know, and so the legit players have stopped coming in. One person, because of the cheating, was blatant in unrated arenas, and it was usually 1 or 2 a night, sometimes 3 or 4. But because it was so blatant, and people were making sure they would come in every night, and just smoke everybody. And there's nothing you can do. You don't have a kick button. You don't have tools if you create your own arena on chess.com, which really sucks because I had a national master that's been watching for a while, and he came in and said, yeah, you do. So I went to my club, I created the arena, and I said, where are they? And he had brought chess.com people in to ban somebody before, which I really appreciate. Have my back on that, and I'm very thankful. And, you know, chess.com has my back. I appreciate them too. They might not be happy that I talk about the exploit with the provisional bonus rating, but I think it's important that, you know, that an exploit as bad as that is should be handled. And I know they have a ton of work on their plate and probably don't want to do it, you know, because they have other plans with what they're doing, and they may not even know about it yet. Although it's pretty blatant to 99% of the people, because the 1% see it when they experience the cheater. When the guy's over 2,000, he's a brand new account. How the hell is he getting there, right? And, well, the reason is it's provisional bonus ratings jacked up, and they go into rated arenas right off the bat. Swiss tournaments, top half plays the bottom half in the first round, so you're going to play a high-level player, and when you can get 600 points of elo in one game, become instant expert or master on chess.com in one game in your brand new account. Hey, man. You know? And then they make multiple accounts over and over, and they do it in every time control, including, if I almost choked on my own spit there, I get excited about this, including bullet. And people, oh, why? How can you cheat? They do it. And I've been watching these arenas, and I've been playing in them. I stopped playing in them because it was just every night, new accounts are just smoking everybody. And with as many arenas and Swiss tournaments that chess.com runs that aren't player-created ones, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, you got 3, 5, 7, every arena doing this stuff, yeah, it's a problem. And it'll continue to be a problem until that issue actually is fixed. Plus, with unrated arenas, we have no tools, so we can't prevent that. And I know that I've just lost viewers because I am responding to DH, who has a tendency to right in the middle of stuff, bring up something that's an issue. And I appreciate you, DH. But you got people now that just come in that brand new accounts just sit there every arena at come in at 1,500 to 1,000 elo higher than anybody else, and some of them I know for a fact have been banned before because they talked to my Discord. So even admitted on my Discord, of course they deleted their post, but from that standpoint, we had a week there of a reprieve, and that was pretty nice. And hey, Edmund, how you doing? And Friday and Saturday wasn't the case. 2 new names that came in, and one, you know, I looked at his profile, and he's a coach of chess. He's a teacher of chess, and all his different time controls are over 2,000. And when he came in, he read the chat rules, and then says, "Does that mean you don't want me here?" And I'm pretty sure he heard me, because I was not going to run the arena. I canceled the arena because somebody else had jumped in that was way high. And then I restarted the arena, and I said, man, I'm going to cancel this, guys. And we had 8-9 people in there to start it. And so he got out, and then he joined the club, and he's an established account. So I not only put that up for him, but for every member in my chess club to read, because that has been the history of the abuse that's been happening. And it's quite a long read. It's in my chess club. If you guys join the chess club, you'll be able to read it. Actually, anybody from the outside, I leave that open so you can actually just look at the club and read that stuff. So anyway, the long and the short of it, that was not the reason why I canceled Sunday Night Blitz. I had things to do, and I had to get it done. So I had paperwork to do. So I got that done. But, yeah, there has been an issue, and DH knows it for a long time. So, and it's the same bad actors. And like I said, one person that was 1900, I think she's going to college in the U.S. from Canada, very strong player, and she was getting stressed because of these people that are maybe not legit, maybe are, but then I'm getting banned, and it's causing her to lose to these people because they're smoking her, and she's thinking, well, is my elo real? Am I as good a player as I really am? And this is an unrated arena, and she was having fun in the arena, man. She was doing very well, and she won 5 firsts and 5 seconds, and she actually quit the app. She goes, I already got into the chess club at the college I'm going to, and I'm going to play face-to-face from now on. I'm not going to play online chess again because it's stressing me out to second-guess myself because these bad actors are coming in and doing that. And that's shitty. And people that do it think, hey, it's fun, let's fuck with somebody. And so, they'll come in on a new account because they can make them in a couple of days, So that, I hope, answered your question, DH. And anybody that asks me, I'm going to answer it as best I can. But it's brutal, and it's been brutal. It's to the point where I've thought about just canceling them altogether. I know it helps the community. I know that a lot of people come in that have come in from chess.com. Most of them come in from chess.com, then the club, and then they enjoy it, and then they come back. And, who does a sports announcement arena for beginner, intermediate, and advanced? It's only for the pod champs and the super GMs, but it's a night to have fun. And so we try to do it 4 nights a week. I try to do it 4 nights a week, and I think it helps the player base. I think people enjoy it, but there are some bad actors that are affecting it in a very negative way, and they don't even know the ramifications of it. So I'm going to continue with this lesson, and I hope that answered your question, DH. And I'm sorry we had to stop the video. My bad.
Black has 2 pieces attacking the central pawn on d4, and white has 2 defenders. White's knight on f3 is an important piece. It protects the d4 pawn and also joins that pawn in putting pressure on the e5 square. Notice the knight on f3 isn't protected, and black's rook on f8 is x-raying the knight through the bishop on f6. Is there a discovered attack with the bishop?
Yeah.
The bishop doesn't have a lot of moves
D4.
available. there doesn't seem to be a good tactic.
D4.
When you don't know what to do,
Actually,
one
no.
plan is to find your worst placed
My
piece
bad.
and try to improve it. One idea would be to play rook c8,
My
moving
bad.
the rook to a file that is not
Missed it.
blocked by pawns, so it may open up soon. Notice the bishop on d7 is passive. It is guarding the weak e6 pawn, but other than that, it isn't very effective. Can you find a two-move plan that improves the bishop and attacks the knight on f3? By asking that question, you may have found the strange-looking but powerful move, bishop e8. Black's plan is now clear. The bishop is going to move to h5 on the next move, improving one of Black's less effective pieces and attacking one of White's most important pieces in the battle for the center, the knight on f3. After rook f to e1, in bishop h5, Black attacks the knight, pinning it to the rook on d1. Black is now threatening to capture the knight and win the pawn on d4 by removing one of its key defenders. White responded to this threat by playing bishop e2, protecting the knight and clearing the d-file for White's queen and rook to help protect the d4 pawn. Now that the light-squared bishop has been improved, what should Black do next? How can we continue with our plan to add more pressure to the d4 square? Can you improve a piece that isn't doing that much and add more pressure to the d4 target? If you felt the knight on e7 isn't very effective right now, great job.
F5.
Black brings the knight into action and supports the plan to attack d4 with knight f5. Move by move, Black is focused on improving pieces that weren't very effective and now has a comfortable position with all of the minor pieces working together to put pressure on the key d4 square. Black was able to convert this comfortable position into victory. Let's take a look at another example. In this position, both sides once again are fighting for control of the d4 square. White played the strange-looking move bishop d3, attacking Black's bishop and also blocking the queen's protection of the d4 pawn. Before thinking about a plan, we have to check for tactics. Why can't Black just win a pawn with knight takes d4? If we can't answer that question, we should accept our opponent's gift. Can you see White's trick? After knight takes d4, knight takes d4,
Bishop.
queen takes d4. White has lured the queen to the d4 square, and now that it is unprotected, White wins the queen by using the discovered attack, bishop b5 check,
Yep.
checking Black's king and revealing White's queen's attack on the Black queen. Now that we understand that capturing the d4 pawn is a disaster for Black, we need to come up with a plan. White's king is already committed to the king side, and Black's king still has a choice. One plan is to play safely and capture White's bishop, and then castle kingside. This would be a solid choice, but can we find a more active plan? All of Black's minor pieces are developed, and Black has developed the queen to an active square on d6. Can you think of a more aggressive way to bring Black's king to safety and plan to attack White's kingside? That's right, Black can castle queenside. Now that Black has castled queenside, knight takes d4 is a threat because White's bishop can no longer check the Black king. Did Black's decision to castle queenside create a clear plan? When you castle on opposite sides of the board, both sides should try to attack as forcefully as possible against the enemy king. Notice Black allows White to trade bishops and double Black's pawns on the f-file because Black welcomes another pawn into the attack to help open up lines against White's king. After knight e2, protecting the d4 pawn, how can Black begin to set up threats against White's kingside and start an attack? If you found g5, great job. The h3 pawn is a hook in White's position that Black will try to rip open to start an attack. White's pieces are not as actively developed and are not yet prepared to attack on the queen side. White should have played bishop takes f5, with the idea of moving the queen to d3, attacking the f5 pawn, trying to catch up on development, and slow down Black's attack. But in the game, White played c3, adding more protection to the d4 pawn and preparing b4 to start a queenside attack. But Black's attack crashes through first with g4, attacking the knight on f3 and the pawn on h3, so Black will be able to open lines on the next move. By castling queenside, Black forced both sides to focus on the plan of attacking on opposite wings. Since Black's pieces were better developed and prepared for this plan, Black was able to gain an advantage and later won the game. Let's take a look at one more example together. In this position, material is equal, and at first glance the position may look balanced. With white to move, white can force a trade of queens with queen d5 and enter a bishop and pawn ending. Notice black has 3 pawns that cannot move: a5, c5, and e5. All of these pawns are on dark squares, which restricts the activity of black's dark squared bishop, and these pawns are also fixed targets for white's dark squared bishop. White is blocking these pawns with pawns on a4, c4, and e4. Notice they are all on light squares, so black's bishop can never attack them. White's plan is simple: trade queens and use the king and bishop to attack black's weaknesses on the dark squares. After queen d5 check, queen takes d5. How should white recapture? If c takes d5, this allows black's pawn to advance with c4, opening up the dark squared bishop and allowing black some chances for activity. A much stronger move for white to play is e takes d5.
Right.
White is now threatening to win a pawn with bishop e1, so black plays bishop d6. Black's bishop protects both the c5 and e5 pawns and is ready to move to c7 to guard the a5 pawn if needed. After trading queens, white's next step is to bring the king into the game and focus on a target.
F3.
Which pawn can white's king add pressure against? That's right, the e5 pawn. After king f3, king f7, and king e4, white has centralized the king and is beginning to add pressure to the e5 pawn. After king f6, black is trying to hold the position together. In order to win a game of chess, you often need at least 2 weaknesses. White has pressure on e5 with the king. Can you find a plan that maneuvers the bishop to help attack e5 and attack a second weakness? If you realize that moving the bishop to c3 would attack both e5 and a5 at the same time, great job. After bishop e1, forcing bishop c7, with bishop c3, white now is attacking 2 weaknesses, the a5 and e5 pawns, at the same time. Notice black's bishop is stuck on c7 as it has to protect pawns on 2 diagonals. Black's king also can't move because white would simply win one of the weak pawns. Black can only wait by playing a move such as h6. White has played very well, but how do you win the game? If white can force the king or bishop to move, black will lose the e5 pawn. How can white make this happen? We need to make waiting moves as well, trying to run black out of moves.
Right.
After h3, if black plays g5, white will run black out of moves with g4. After h5, white freezes black's kingside pawns with h4. Black is now out of waiting moves. If the bishop or king moves, one of black's pawns will fall. If black tries g5, white can win with h takes g5, forcing black's king to move and capture the e5 pawn.
Yep.
Can you find an even stronger move that takes advantage of black's overworked king? If you found the powerful bishop takes e5 check, great job. Black's overworked king cannot
Ms.
protect
Lee
both the
Ventura,
e5 and g5
thank
squares.
you for subscribing.
So after
I appreciate
bishop
it.
takes
Thank
e5,
you so much.
h takes g5 check, king takes g5, and king takes e5, white's passed d-pawn will win the game. Are you ready to put your plan into action?
We'll see if
Prove
it
it in the
works.
challenges.
Oh boy. Okay, we'll start the challenges. Black wants to make a queen bishop battery toward the h2 square. Should we move the bishop to b8 immediately, or should we develop a piece first so it won't be blocked by a bishop on b8? Black wants to make a queen bishop battery toward the h2 square. Should we move the bishop to b8 immediately, should we develop a piece first so it won't be blocked by a bishop on b8? I do have a challenge, and I'm in the middle of lessons that I'm doing. I'm going to take challenges after the lessons. I'm going to do about 5 of these and then probably do some puzzles and take some challenges tonight. Thank you for subscribing as well. Appreciate you. Okay, I would think
Great work. We want to make sure all of our pieces will be active before committing to this plan. Now let's create our powerful queen. Bishop battery. Excellent work. Black is ready to create a powerful queen-bishop battery. Does white's last move change our plans?
Don't think so.
Our plan has become a success. Black has a powerful attack and solid position.
Okay, that's the first one.
World champion Ding Liren has the white pieces. Can you find his move that gains a tempo against Black's knight on e5 and grabs more space?
World champion Ding Liren has the white pieces. Can you find his move that gains the tempo against Black's knight on e5 and grabs more space?
You got it. Grandmaster Peter's fiddler is prepared to play knight c5, attacking white's weakened e4 pawn. White plans on moving the knight on g1 to a square in 2 moves that protects the e4 pawn and g4 square at the same time. Can you find his idea?
White plans on moving the knight on g1 to a square in 2 moves that protects the e4 pawn and g4 pawn. Okay.
You found the Grandmaster's excellent plan. Great work. Let's continue with our plan. Great job. White's knight protects the e4 pawn and maintains a powerful center. This plan prevents Black from playing bishop g4 and also allows White to play bishop e3 without worrying about knight g4 ideas. Grandmaster Liren went on to win this game. Black has a cramped position. Can you find a plan to trade the dark squared bishops?
Black to move. Black has a cramped position. Can you find a plan to trade the dark squared bishops?
Excellent idea. Black opens up the c1h6 diagonal. Great job. Black is able to trade Black's passive bishop for White's active bishop on e3 when Black has a very solid game. American Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan has the black pieces. Can you find Yasser's incredible plan that prepares to take over the h-file with a major piece on the next move?
Can you find Yasser's incredible plan that prepares to take over the h-file with a major piece on the next move?
Black still has an advantage in this position, but Black's idea is to keep a major piece on the h-file. How can Black connect the queen and rook to prepare this idea?
My bad. I blew that.
Fantastic job finding this incredibly creative idea. Black's king is perfectly safe in this closed position. Now that the queen and rook are connected, let's take over the H file. You got it. Grandmaster Kovacevic played rook g1, giving up the H file when Sirowin won a nice game. How could black have taken over the H file if white tried to stop black's plan with 16? Knight h4?
Okay. Grandmaster played RG1, giving up the H file when Sarah won a nice game. How could black have taken over the H file if white tried to stop black's plan with NH4? Taking over the H file.
Clever move. Black opens up a square for the queen. Let's take over the H file. Fantastic positional play. Black's queen creates two powerful batteries at once. The queen, rook battery, is ready to win the knight, and the queen, bishop battery, is ready to win a pawn on b2. Black's powerful plan cannot be stopped. Great job.
Okay, we'll get through the next one.
Can you find white's only plan that saves the game?
Let's see. Can you find white's only plan that saves game? So, where? One. One, three, four. Got to think about this for a sec. Let's see. One. Boom. Now, I don't see it yet. Let me look. I don't know if I can. I'm missing it. Let me look. I can't get back to stop the queen. Can't get back to stop the promotion, or can I? Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Yeah, I'm late. I'm late either way. 1, 2. So it's got to be somehow the knight on the king.
Excellent job. White's knight cannot directly catch the pawn, but can you find a plan to force your knight to a square that protects the promotion square?
Yep.
You got it. White gains a tempo against black. You
Yeah.
got it. Find a knight move that immediately protects the promotion
Took me a
square.
while to find it.
Your plan is complete. White's knight will keep close watch on the critical
I
B1
was
square.
like, man, they can't
When
catch
black
me.
cannot force a promotion without allowing the knight to sacrifice itself for the pawn.
Didn't know if I get that one. Hey, Dell, thank you for your help today in Discord. Dell is my moderator in Discord. Here's the Discord. Put that up. NDH, no problem, man. Answer any question you got. Even if it runs out all my viewers, I will. Love you, man. Thanks for coming in. Hey, Edmund. Yeah, Dill rocked today. Really did. This is the Discord. Live streaming on YouTube. Multi-streaming on YouTube. Primarily Twitch is where I stream from. And I'm affiliated on Twitch. I am not monetized on YouTube. For the shorts that I run, I think I need 1,000 people, so I'm way short. Have 430 maybe after 4.5 years. But I put a lot of work into it if you like it. And you want to sub, that would be really cool. Subbing's free, just like following is free on Twitch. The Discord finally talked me into Discord for my Twitch and also for YouTube. And so I start Wizardry at 11 o'clock every morning. Played Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, which I played in 1981. And I finished all 3 of the original games in the early 80s. And so love Wizardry. And now with the Wizardry Variants Daphne came out for PC in March. It's amazing. Best Wizardry game ever. I run that Tuesday through Sunday. And Proving Grounds, which is the reboot from 2024, I do that once a week on Mondays. And so my secondary channel, also about 5 weeks old, along with my Discord. So we get that in. But yeah, no problem with answering your questions anytime, DH. You've been a long-time supporter of the channel. I very much appreciate you. But because of the amount of players that we do have and the type of players that we do have now, we don't have those known legit players that come in anymore. And so with that, most of our players are 1,400 or less. So when somebody comes in at 2,000 to farm them, and to do it nightly every arena that I run, I just want people to read the room. Let them play, let them have some fun. And usually when a 2,000 brand new account comes in, even an established one, but mostly when the new accounts come in, nobody watches. And so I lose 50% of my viewership on YouTube and on Twitch because nobody wants to see it, and a lot of people don't know if they're legit or not. And especially these new accounts are already 2,600, which one was banned 2 weeks ago from Japan. So who even knows that they're from those locations anymore? So from that standpoint, no problem answering a question, DH. Also, those are the channels. And be back on Wizardry tomorrow morning at 11 with Daphne. Loving the game. Level 50 now. 60 is the cap currently. And it's a free download on Steam. I am not monetized on YouTube, nor am I sponsored on Twitch or on YouTube. And so everything when I talk about Wizardry to you guys, it comes from my heart. And it was an amazing game back then. First real RPG with actual graphics. And the reboot in 2024 actually has the interface in the right lower corner. Of course, that was the full screen of the 1981 Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord by Surtech. So I know a lot about the game, and I played Knight of Diamonds, Legacy of Lelagum. I didn't get past Verdun. I had a kind of a fatal error with that game, and I just never tried to get it fixed or anything with my Apple II Plus, so I just didn't play it. I kind of went to Ultima, and then I went to Ultima Online and EverQuest, and didn't play WoW as much as I probably should. I played in a hockey game one night, and I was playing 44 to 50 and years old. I'd never played hockey before, never skated before. Learned how to skate, put a lot of time into it. Had 6 years in the leagues, but I got speared in the back in a game. I came home, I got onto WoW, and all of a sudden the pain was so bad that it knocked me out of my chair and ended up dislodging a kidney stone. And had to call 911, went to the hospital, and then I could never log into WoW again. It's like Pavlov's dog, man. Such extreme pain. I could never log into WoW again. So I played Star Wars Galaxies and Star Wars Old Republic, but I probably would have got into WoW if that hadn't happened, World of Warcraft. But, Wizardry has a place in my heart. That's 44 years ago. So Wizardry in the mornings and chess in the evenings. I used to try rated arenas, like I do the live stream, non-rated ones, unrated ones at night. Too many people abusing it. I mean, it was, and then, of course, the private messages and all the other flack that I got, because I tried to protect my viewers in Twitch, viewers in YouTube, and chess.com players that come in, because, man, they just want a fair playing field. That's all they want, and they want to have fun. And they're unrated. So glad to answer your question, DH. And Dell, I just want a big shout out to Dell, because Dell has helped me immensely on the Discord, and helped me again today, and to make sure we got those logs from that, got that addressed from a week ago. And so I very much appreciate, man. Dell, you rock. gave me a 1-month gift sub to Diamond membership to chess.com, as well as a 3-month gift sub to my channel, which will extend because he does all the work. And he has put in a lot of great stuff. And man, he is quick to be on it, and I very much appreciate him. So, lesson is complete. We'll try another one. Okay, I saw that friendship. There you go. And by the way, for those on YouTube, since I primarily stream on Twitch, terms of service for Twitch does not allow me to comment or even multi-stream the different stream chats. So I have to primarily have all my focus on Twitch. So I apologize for that. I apologize that I can't comment. I wish they would change that to allow, hey, thank you for the sub. Hey, thank you for this, And I am not monetized. I need, 600, 570 more subs, but even to think about it. So I just wanted to let you guys know I do come back after the VOD is over, and if somebody, the next day, if I see somebody commenting, I will answer them after the live stream's over. And so I do appreciate everybody that's watching on YouTube tonight, and just wanted to let you know, it's terms of service. I don't want to get in trouble with Twitch. I love Twitch. I'm affiliated. Don't make a lot. I'm a small streamer. But very much appreciate all of you. Next step in your journey is understanding positional play. Okay, I really like
Tactics are important, but they're usually available to the person who has the best position. Focus on activating all of your pieces, controlling the center, and safeguarding your king.
And I really like the chess lessons. When I first got on 5 years ago on chess.com, and maybe a year after or so, I did most of the intermediate beginning lessons, and I also did puzzles up to 2100 rating. And then in the last 2 months, I've started doing the puzzles, and I started thinking, man, I should get the advanced lessons and get them done. And even though I played in the 70s as a #1 board for my high school with 11 other teams, including we were the 11th team, and I had established USCF rating at that time. Still, it's good to go through those lessons to get them done. And so with the puzzles, I've got a 3,000 rating currently, and then going to do these on Monday night. And I'll try to do them on Wednesday or Thursday for a little bit, but pretty much primarily on puzzles and then challenges after. But I want to do challenges after tonight. So those that are challenging me, bear with me. Also, if you're a legit player, man, I have no problem with a challenge. If you're a Smurf, man, go to another channel, man. Pick on the big boys, will you? I've had that happen for a while in the channel. So let's go with the explainer video. Tactics are important, but they're usually available to the person who has the best position. Focus on activating all your pieces, controlling the center, and safeguarding your king.
It has been said that chess is 99% tactics. Tactics are an essential part of the game, as finding or missing a tactic often is the difference between winning or losing a chess game below master level. However, tactics do not come out of thin air. You usually need to build a strong position by placing your pieces on good squares and having your pieces work together. Positional advantages include having a well-protected king, more control of the center, enjoying greater space and mobility for your pieces, not having badly placed pieces or pieces that do not have a purpose, and having a healthy pawn structure. Let's take a look at some positions and learn how to improve our positional play. In this fairly closed position, there doesn't appear to be a lot of action or chance for tactics. With black to move, it isn't easy to figure out what black should play. When you are in a position where you don't know what to do, one good positional idea is to find your worst placed piece and improve it.
H5.
In this position, which black piece appears to be doing very little? Black's knights protect each other and help control the center, and black's bishop on d6 is well centralized,
E8's
controlling many key dark squares. What about black's bishop on e8? What is it doing? It's preventing black's rooks from being connected, and it isn't really doing anything. How can black improve this piece and give it a purpose? That's right, bishop to h5. This is a strong positional idea. Black's bishop that was doing less than nothing on e8 is now pinning white's f3 knight to the queen, and it also connects black's rooks. Now that the bishop isn't sitting on e8, a black rook could use that square to enjoy the semi-open e-file. After queen to d3, white centralizes the queen, improving its position and unpinning the knight on f3. Notice the queen also attacks black's pawn on f5. Can you see how black can improve a piece and block white's threat of capturing the f5 pawn? If you found knight to e4, great job. Black invades white's territory, placing the knight directly in the center, and also blocks white's queen from threatening the f5 pawn. Notice the f6 square is now available for other pieces to use, and black enjoys a space advantage. One step at a time, black is building a better position. Things are not looking great for black in this position. White has a powerful pawn chain from b2 to e5. White's space advantage is keeping black's pieces passive, and it's hard to find an active plan for black. Notice how white's minor pieces are all pointing at black's kingside. The bishop on d3 is an excellent piece, enjoying an open diagonal on b1 to h7, placing serious pressure on black's kingside. Compare that bishop to black's light-squared bishop. It has very little
Totally
space
blocked.
and is blocked by its own pawn on d5. Since black's light-squared bishop is clearly worse than white's bishop, black plays bishop to a6, removing one of white's best minor pieces for one of black's less active pieces. When you have less space and your pieces are not as good as your opponent's, trading pieces can often improve your position. After bishop takes a6 and knight takes a6, black's knight on a6 isn't on a great square, but black has removed a lot of pressure from the kingside since there is no longer a light-squared bishop attacking the h7 square. Now that black has less to worry about on the kingside, black can take time to improve the knight's position on a6. For example, if white attacks the knight with queen e2,
C2.
where should the knight move? It could move to c7, but it
Queen
doesn't look
C7.
very active on that square.
That's what I thought was.
Would the knight rather be on c6, where it could put more pressure on white's center?
Probably.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't
But
see
how
that.
can the knight get there? That's right.
B8.
Knight A to b8. Even though retreating the knight to b8 seems wrong, it is a strong plan because once the knight moves to c6, it will be very active. Don't worry about making moves that look bad if the move supports a strong positional plan. Let's take a look at one more position together. In this position, white enjoys a comfortable game. Notice that black has doubled pawns on the c-file, and white's light-squared bishop is pointing at the weak c6 pawn. White only has to gain control of the center and complete development to have a good position. One good plan for white is to play d3, opening up the dark-squared bishop and preparing the plan c3, d4, taking over the center. You might wonder why waste time with d3 if the plan is to play d4. Why not save a move and play c3, preparing d4? After c3, white is threatening d4, attacking black's bishop and taking over the center. Every time you push a pawn, you gain control of new squares, but you also lose control of other squares. Since pawns can never move backwards, make sure there are no problems with the space you leave behind. In this case, notice the pawn on c2 protected d3 and b3. And after the pawn moved to c3, there is a big hole on d3. Can you see how black can take advantage of this weak square and prevent d4? Black can play the powerful
D3.
queen to d3, taking advantage of the weakness created on d3, preventing d4, and paralyzing white's position. Notice how white's dark-squared bishop is particularly bad. Black plans on completing development with bishop d7 and rook a to e8, when all of black's pieces are working together. White's passive, scattered pieces will be no match. Now that you've learned the importance of positional play, it's time to test your skills.
Can
you find a way to exchange white's dangerous light-squared bishop that is pointing at black's king side? Can I find a way?
Nicely found. Black forks white. Great job. Black removes white's light-squared bishop and now has a powerful bishop on b7, controlling the light squares without any opposition. Black's bishop on d6 is covering a lot of weaknesses in black's position. Can you find a way to remove black's dark-squared bishop? Excellent work. Black protects the dark-squared bishop with the queen. Let's trade the bishops. Great work. Now that black's bishop no longer protects e5, let's post a knight onto that beautiful square. Great positional play. White enjoys a comfortable advantage. Your first goal is to improve the queen's position on e1 and create a weakness in black's king side.
This might be wrong, but I think it's right.
Excellent job. Black is forced to weaken the dark squares around the king, bring white's rook into action, and create another threat. White has completed development with a great position. Don't relax yet. Black is ready to play d5, grabbing space in the center, attacking white's queen, and opening up a diagonal for black's light-squared bishop. Can you find a way to keep black's pieces passive and prevent black's d-pawn from moving? Impressive positional understanding. Great work. Black's pieces are very passive. White's harmonious pieces restrict black's play, and white was able to set up a powerful kingside attack and win the game. In this position, Grandmaster Richard Reddy has the white pieces. Can you find a powerful positional move that adds more pressure to the A-file and strengthens white's bishop on the long, dark diagonal?
Can you find a powerful positional move for white that adds more pressure to the A-file and strengthens white's bishop on the long, dark diagonal? More pressure to the A-file and strengthens white's bishop on the long, dark.
Great job. White's queen strengthens both the rook on the A-file and bishop on the long, dark squared diagonal. Grandmaster Rubinstein retreats the knight, trying to relieve the pressure on the dark squares. Let's trade black's important defender of the king, the dark square bishop. White already has a strong positional advantage. Should white improve the position by castling or try to grab a pawn on a7?
Man, I'll probably blow this, but I think it's grabbing that pawn.
White has fallen for a trap, losing a rook.
Oops.
White cannot capture the rook on a7 because black will trap the queen with rook a8.
Oh, shit. Boy, I fell into that one. Sheet.
You're playing grandmaster
Shit.
positional chess.
Damn.
White brings the king to safety and prepares to play rook b1, taking advantage of the pressure on the semi-open A and B files. Rady went on to win a beautiful game.
That was my fault. Totally missed
White
it.
has more central space, but the c4 and d4 pawns are under pressure. White just played h3. What should black do with the light-squared bishop?
All right. White has more central space, but the c4 and d4 pawns are under pressure. c4, d4. White just played h3. What should black do with the light squared bishop? Man, I think take it.
Excellent decision. Black removes the knight from f3, threatening knight takes d4. Now, what should black play? Grabbing a pawn and attacking the unprotected c3 knight is a strong move, although black does weaken dark squares around the king. Can you find a way to win a pawn with a piece that isn't on the most active square?
Oh shit, I didn't even
Excellent
see that.
decision. Black removes the knight from f. Great job.
Didn't see
Black
it.
wins a pawn with a knight from the
That's my
not so
fault.
active b6
I'll have to go
square.
back to that one.
Now white's d4 pawn is under serious pressure.
Oh. Okay. It's important to identify good and bad pieces during a game. Hopefully I do better at this one. Good pieces are active and have a purpose. A bad piece has limited mobility and doesn't attack anything. You want to make your pieces active and trade off pieces that you can't make good.
At the beginning of the game, all of the pieces start on the same squares, but it's your job to make your pieces good and avoid having bad pieces. A good piece is active and has a purpose, where it controls important squares and has plenty of space available to move.
That's why I like the knight in the endgame.
Good pieces often control enemy squares. The more of those squares, the better. A bad piece is the opposite.
Yep,
It's
stop.
passive, has very little mobility, and controls little to no opponent's squares. Let's take a look at some examples of good versus bad pieces. In this position, white has a good rook on d1, controlling the only open file on the board.
Yep.
Black's rook, on the other hand, is passive on e8, only controlling space on black's side of the board without any clear targets. White makes the good rook even better by playing rook to d7,
Yep.
taking over the 7th rank and threatening to win the c7 pawn. Black's rook becomes extremely passive after rook to c8. This is a classic case of good piece versus bad piece. White has pressure on c7, which ties down black's rook to passive defense. Notice white's rook also has pressure on g7, so black's king cannot help the rook on the queen side without losing the kingside pawns. Black is helpless, and white has the very simple plan of bringing the king to b7, capturing the a7 pawn, and then promoting the a6 pawn into a queen. Let's take a look at another position together. In this position, black decides to attack the bishop on c4 with knight to a5. Although this threatens to capture white's bishop and double white's pawns on the c-file, white can simply play bishop to a2, retreating the bishop to safety where it is still a good piece. The bishop controls squares on the a2 to g8 diagonal, and the bishop can also move to the b1 to h7 diagonal, where it will be pointing directly at black's king once the d3 pawn moves out of the way. Notice after black's knight left c6, where it was a good piece controlling key central squares, it is now on the edge of the board and is a bad piece. The knight isn't doing anything useful and controls half the amount of squares it did a move ago. Instead of turning the knight into a bad piece for a one-move attack, what should black have done instead? Notice all of white's minor pieces are developed, controlling important central squares, and are working together. Black's bishop on c8, however, is undeveloped and doing nothing.
Right.
How can black activate the bishop and turn it into a good piece?
b5.
A strong move for black is b5. Gaining a tempo by attacking the white bishop, grabbing queenside space, and opening the b7 square for black's light squared bishop. After bishop to a2 and bishop to b7,
Yep.
black's bishop enters the long diagonal h1 to a8, where it will be a powerful piece, and it also connects black's rooks. Black's position is much better now that the light squared bishop has been made a good piece. Let's take a look at one more position together. In this position, can you tell which pieces are good and which pieces are bad for both sides? Both sides have good light squared bishops. Black's bishop on d7 controls two open diagonals, a4 to e8 and h3 to c8. White's light squared bishop is also actively placed, and it targets the weak b7
Black
pawn.
bishop isn't.
White's dark squared bishop, on the other hand, protects two pawns, but it is also passive, as it is blocked by those pawns. Notice black's knight is a very bad piece, as it is stuck on the back rank and only has two available squares to move, c6 and e6.
So d5.
With white to move, can you see how white can completely paralyze black's knight on d8 and make the dark squared bishop a good piece?
d5.
That's right, with d5. Although white's light squared bishop is now blocked by the d5 pawn for the moment, white opens up the dark squared bishop, threatening to win the knight with bishop to f6. The only way to not lose the knight is by moving the pawn on f7 to give the knight an escape square. After f5, white wins the pawn with g takes f6. White now has two passed pawns
En
on
passant.
f6 and d5, and is ready to activate white's light squared bishop with d6. White's active and powerful bishops, as well as the extra material, should be enough to win the game. Now that you've learned the importance of making your pieces good and taking advantage of bad pieces, it's time to test your skills.
Well, hopefully. Let's see. Let us
What?
see. Black is hoping to capture white's strong dark squared bishop. Where should white move this bishop to avoid this exchange? On the point.
Great job. White avoided trading a strong bishop for a badly placed knight. Black can't castle and has a passive position. Can you find the best move to shut black's bishop out of play for good?
Can you find the best move to shut black's bishop out of play for good? Shut down.
Great job! Black's bishop is now completely passive. White is ready to play knight d4 e6 and move a rook to b7, piling up pressure on c7 with a dominating position.
Okay.
Can you find a bishop maneuver for white to attack the b5 and f5 pawns in just 2 moves?
White to move. B5 and F5 in 2 moves.
Excellent. Black's bishop is stretched to its limit. Nicely done. White's good bishop joins the king in attacking f5, while black's bishop cannot help protect both f5 and b5. White will win a pawn and soon the game with proper play. How can you turn this powerful-looking bishop into a bad piece?
How can you turn this powerful-looking bishop into a bad piece?
You got it. Black's bishop is completely shut out of the game by both the c5 pawn and black's own queenside pawns. Can you find GM Karpov's clever move that trades white's bad bishop before black can play bishop c5?
BC5, BC5. Can you find GM Karpov's clever move that trades white's bad bishop before black can play BC5? Okay.
Exactly. Karpov pins the knight, so bishop c5 would lose a piece to bishop takes d7. GM Spassky attacks white's bishop. Let's remove this bad piece for black's. Nice work. Your positional skills are improving.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break because my eyes are getting fuzzy, and we'll keep going for a little bit, for another half hour, and then I'll try to take some challenges. I'm going to take a quick stand-up break, and thank you all for coming in. Thank you for watching. And I think this is why I have a membership. That's why I like chess.com. So I think these are really good to do, and also the puzzles are really good. So I am going to take a bio and walk around a little bit and be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you all for watching today. The ad breaks in 12 seconds, so a lot of people can't hear me. So Twitch has an ad break currently, and so I will say this again. Thank you all for watching. I am going to take a quick break. I mean, I'll be here. I just need to take a bio and stand up, get a little bit of a stretch. And so I will be back. We'll do another 30 minutes of these puzzles. This is why I love chess.com and I love the membership. I mean, insights, the video master classes, the chess puzzles, and the lessons. They're pretty good, and very thankful that I'm fortunate enough to have a diamond membership, and I really enjoy it. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for watching tonight. I appreciate y'all. Just taking a quick break. My eyes are getting a little nuts. Little numb from doing those lessons, but I sure love them. I hope you're enjoying it too. I really think the memberships are worth it just for that. And my kitties in the middle, that's Princess. She's such a good kitty. So is Shadow. He's up on the cat tree tonight. Hope you're all having a great evening this Monday night in August. Friday night, it's going to be, Friday night is Blitz night. Tuesday night for 11 game will be a bullet. You know, I might switch it up and make it a chest 960 because I missed Sunday, but I had to do paperwork. So I actually did not stream Sunday. So I might change my mind, pull it off a Tuesday night chest 960. Was gonna do a bullet anyway, so I think we might just have a chest 960 bullet tomorrow. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How's that? Chest 960, 1 minute bullet. I think 2 + 1. But I was going to have that on Sunday, and I'm sorry I couldn't run that. I had to have responsibilities I had to get done. Thank you for letting me take a little breather. I will be back in a couple minutes here. Cat toy, but it was. And somebody picked up a hairball. Ugh. That's a cat toy. Sorry about that. All sorts of exciting stuff, lessons and cat throw up and everything else. Thank you for being patient tonight. Appreciate it, everybody. Do another advanced lesson here. Oh, turn on the light. Alrighty. Turn the tables by fighting on in bad positions. I do that almost
Bad
every
positions
game.
don't have to be losing positions. Be tenacious and avoid creating additional weaknesses. Also, try to find active counterplay.
Okay. Explainer video.
It is a great feeling to win brilliant attacking games where everything comes together, from the first to the last move. Unfortunately, this rarely happens in chess, and sometimes you find yourself in a difficult or bad position. Being able to fight back from such positions is one of the most important skills to learn. Let's take a look at this position. After white plays the aggressive queen to g4, threatening black's unprotected g-pawn, black has to make a difficult decision. There isn't a great way to defend the g7 pawn. Black can either push the pawn to g6 or play the move king to f8. When you are in a difficult position, you should try and not make your position worse. Moving the king to f8 and losing the right to castle seems like a bad choice, but let's consider black's other option, g6. Every time a pawn is moved, weaknesses are made. Notice that once the pawn moved from g7,
H5.
it no longer protects f6 and h6. This means the dark squares have been weakened, and since black does not have a dark squared bishop to protect these squares, this could be a problem later in the game. Notice white has a pawn on h4, and can now use the g6 pawn as a hook to open up the position after h5. White is threatening to open up the h-file with h takes g6, which would open up white's rook on h1. By playing g6, black has created dark square weaknesses and allowed white to open up the position with h5. Let's return to the position after white played queen to g4. Although moving the king looks bad, it turns out to be black's strongest move. After king to f8, black protects the g-pawn and does not make any pawn weaknesses. Black has lost the right to castle, but is this a big problem? In a position with a lot of open lines for attack, this would be a terrible decision. But is this position open? No,
It's closed.
it's actually very closed. Notice that the center is locked. And white's king may also prefer to stay in the center, where there is less danger at the moment. Black will plan on playing knight g to e7, eyeing the f5 square with a very solid position. Notice that white has an unprotected pawn on c2 that may be attacked with a later queen to a4. That being said, white still has an advantage due to having more space on the king side, and black's rook on h8 may have difficulties getting into the game. By defending with the king, black did not create any weak squares or allow a clear line of attack, so black has made a good defensive decision. In this position, white is cramped for space. The pawn on d4 is preventing both white's dark squared bishop and knight on c2 from being active.
They really are prehistoric. That's why I love the having a membership. They really are. I would have never thought about moving the king over to protect that in a close position. Never would have thought of that.
Black's pieces are much more active and enjoy the extra space to move freely around the board. White's biggest problem is less space and passive pieces. How can white fight back in this position? Since the d4 pawn is the main cause of white's problems, white can attack its key defender, the c5 pawn, with the powerful move b4. White adds pressure to black's central pawn chain. If black captures the b4 pawn with c takes b4, black's center is destroyed after knight f takes d4, regaining the pawn and opening up the powerful light squared bishop on the long diagonal. Black can play b6, protecting the c5 pawn, but it gives up protection of the knight and weakens the light squares. Black is in trouble after b5. And after knight a5, white opens up the light squared bishop with the move knight g5. White's knight and rook attack black's bishop on e6, and white's light squared bishop is threatening black's rook on a8. Black's best option is to continue development with queen to d7, connecting black's rooks and preparing to offer a trade of bishops with bishop to h3, wanting to remove white's powerful light squared bishop. Now that white has added pressure to the c5 square, white's bishop on b2 joins the fight with bishop to a3. White has activated the passive bishop on b2 and threatens to win a pawn on c5 on the next turn. Black should play c takes b4. And after knight takes b4, White's dark-squared bishop and knight have been activated, and White now has a semi-open b-file to use for a rook to join in putting Black's queenside under pressure. White's active strategy of fighting against Black's space advantage in the center and activating White's passive pieces has greatly improved White's position. Let's take a look at one more example together. In this position, Black has some problems to solve. Black controls less space, has a white rook pointing directly at Black's king, and has to figure out how to develop the dark-squared bishop. King safety is a serious issue, as castling queenside would lose a pawn to bishop takes f7. What is Black to do? One natural idea for Black is to play e6, opening up lines for the dark-squared bishop and also preventing White's light-squared bishop from capturing f7. Unfortunately for Black, White's active pieces blast open Black's defenses, starting with the crushing sacrifice, bishop takes e6. After f takes e6, and knight takes e6, for the moment, White has sacrificed a bishop for 2 pawns, but notice that the white knight is attacking Black's queen. Now that the e-pawn has been removed, the only piece blocking Black's king from White's rook is the white knight on e6.
Undiscovered check.
This means there will be a discovered check after Black moves the queen. After queen to b6, can you find White's powerful discovered check in this position? If you found knight to c7 check,
Yep.
great job. White's knight leaves the e-file, discovering the rook's check on the Black king, and also threatens to capture the rook at the same time. Black's king will be stuck in the center of the board, so White will regain the sacrificed material by capturing Black's rook and have great attacking chances against Black's weak king. Since the natural move e6 doesn't work, what should Black do? Castling queenside would make Black's king safe and allow Black to complete development. But didn't we say the f7 pawn was hanging if Black castled queenside?
Right.
How can you defend the f7 pawn before castling queenside? Grandmaster David Bronstein, playing the Black pieces, made the surprising move bishop to g8. Black's active bishop on h7 is buried on g8, but this solves Black's problems with the f7 pawn. Once the f7 pawn was protected, Bronstein was able to castle queenside. Black solved the biggest problem in the position, king safety, by playing the ugly-looking bishop g8 move. When you play difficult or bad positions, you have to be creative and decide if a move works or not. No matter how ugly it may look, play the move if it works. Now it's time to see if you can manage difficult positions.
Uh-oh. White is down material, but has a cunning stalemate trick to force a draw. Can you find it? Black captures your bishop, then the game immediately ends in a stalemate. If Black doesn't capture the bishop, then you can capture the Black queen, and it ends in a draw. Doesn't say that, but it does. White position looks terrible. How can White win material? How can White win material? Well, let's see. I think queen e8, check, and then pin. White is up a piece and has a dangerous passed pawn. But you can find a strong defensive plan for, can you find a strong defensive plan for White? For Black, excuse me. White is up a piece and has a dangerous passed pawn, but can you find a strong defensive plan for Black? Okay. Might be wrong, but I think get that pawn. Even though black is down 2 pieces, 2 knights and a king cannot force checkmate against the lone king. So black should draw this position. Try to keep your king away from the corners of the board, and black should be fine. In this Grandmaster battle from a Chess.com Speed Chess Championship match, black just played RH2. Rook H2, okay. Preparing checkmate. White resigned, but can you find a way to save the game for white? Was this Hikaru's? Was this Hikaru when he resigned? Can you find a way to save the game for white? Yeah, not good enough. Damn, not it. What am I thinking? Damn, I didn't even think about that. Wasn't even looking at that pawn. Yeah, it protects the pawn. Oops. I always blow the 4th challenge. Have you noticed that? Hey, Jack, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thanks for coming in tonight. Black is up material and threatening to checkmate white's weakened king. But can you find the idea that saves the game for white? Black is up material, threatening to checkmate white's weakened king. But can you find the idea that saves the game for white? I'm probably wrong on this one. Okay, that's not it. Damn it. And of course, 10-second and 1-minute challenges. Doing lessons, guys. That's not it either. Damn. Is that it? It is. Shoot. Going for the draw. I know he's going for the draw, but... Huh. I was just going to draw the other way. Just boom, 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 boom. Well, that was interesting. How's everybody doing tonight? And the last lesson, I think, for the evening. Game's not over until it's over. Learn to play in losing positions.
A losing position isn't always lost. Keep a positive attitude and look for your chances. Try to make the position complicated and avoid even trades.
Chess is a game of many opportunities. There is a big difference between a losing position and actually losing the game. A losing position is a position with best play from your opponent. You will lose the game. When you are in a losing position, your job is to create as many problems for your opponent as possible. The best way to do that is to keep a positive attitude and not give up. Let's look at some examples of how to defend losing positions. In this position, Black is up a bishop and is doing well.
I don't know why this guy is just continuing to challenge me for a 10-second game. I mean... Very rarely play bullet anyway.
Black's best move is to gain more material and offer a trade of rooks with rook takes a2. When you have a material advantage, it's usually a good idea to offer trades, especially if you can remove your opponent's greatest source of counterplay, the queen. For this reason, Black plays queen to f6, skewering the white queen to the unprotected rook on a1. In general, the losing side wants to keep things complicated and to avoid trades, especially the most powerful piece, the queen. White finds a clever idea with queen takes d6. White captures a pawn and offers the rook on a1. In a winning position, you should always look for your opponent's counterplay, especially checks. Black doesn't think that White has any real threats and quickly captures White's rook with queen takes a1. What idea did Black overlook? Now that the queen no longer protects d8, White plays queen to d8 check, forcing king to h7. And White salvages a draw
h4,
from a losing position
perpetual,
with queen h4 check. After king g8, White will force a draw after queen d8 check. This is known as a perpetual check. Black cannot escape White's checks, and the game is a draw. Always remember to look for perpetual check opportunities when you are in a difficult or losing position. Let's take a look at another example. In this position, White is up a rook and a pawn and is offering a trade of queens. If the queens are traded, Black has no counterplay and will surely lose. Instead of accepting a losing position, Black plays the resourceful queen to g7. Black refuses to trade queens, keeping the position complicated. After queen to g7, Black has even set up a trap. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the winning side should always look out for chances for counterplay, especially all checks and captures the opponent can make.
F3.
But when you have a winning advantage, it is easy to get happy and overlook your opponent's ideas. In this position, White should have noticed that Black's queen now lines up on the same file as White's king. Always a dangerous situation. With that in mind, White just needs to eliminate any tactics by playing king to h1, removing any possible tricks in the position. Instead, White lunges forward with h4, thinking that Black's checks were useless, missing the fact that after knight f3 check, White's bishop is pinned, so Black forks the king and the queen. It is easy to get discouraged when you throw away a winning position, but it is important to focus on what you can do now and not worry about the past. After king to f1 and knight takes e1, even though things look difficult for White, after rook takes e1, White should be able to still draw this position. Notice that White's king protects the bishop and pawn on f2, so the only targets Black has is the unprotected b4 and h4 pawns. After queen to d4, if White doesn't get discouraged and looks for the best moves, White can hold the position with rook to e4, attacking Black's queen and protecting both the b4 and h4 pawns. After queen to d1 check, and rook e1, and queen to b3, Black cannot make progress after rook e4. All of White's pieces protect each other. Even though White threw away a winning position, White can still avoid losing by playing careful defense. Let's take a look at one more example together. In this position, White is up 2 connected passed pawns on the queen side. This should be enough to win the game with careful play. Things don't look good for Black, but as the defender, remember to play to your strengths. Even though Black is in big trouble on the queen side, do you notice that Black has more space on the king side? Black creates a problem for White to solve after queen to h4. Black's queen joins the light-squared bishop in adding pressure to the h3 square. White has a winning position, but once again, it is important to consider your opponent's ideas. White should play bishop to f1, protecting White's kingside and eliminating Black's chances of a counterattack. Once Black's attacking chances are prevented, White's queenside pawns will win the game. Instead of finding the defensive move that should win the game, White is too excited and rushes forward with b7.
Yep.
Pushing the pawn forward, ready
C
to promote
takes
the pawn on the next
H3.
turn, completely overlooking Black's powerful bishop sacrifice. Bishop takes h3. White's winning position is now completely losing. Black's threat of bishop takes g2, discovering the queen's check, is too powerful. If White accepts the bishop with g takes h3, the game will finish quickly after queen takes h3 check, and after king g1, queen h2 check, king f1,
Mate.
g2 check, king f2, g1 equals queen, checkmate. If White tries to give the king an escape square on e2 with bishop to d3, Black's kingside pressure will be too much to handle after bishop takes g2 check, king takes g2, and queen h2 check. After king to f1, it is now Black's turn to be careful.
Yeah.
One of the most dangerous
Queen
moments in a
protects
chess
on the
game is when you are
black
on the
diagonal.
verge of winning. Make sure to double check your opponent's counterplay. If Black thinks the position is a simple checkmate after queen to f2 check,
Nope.
Black is in for a big surprise after queen takes f2. And once again, White now has a winning position. Black's path to victory begins after g2 check. To avoid checkmate, White must play king to e2. Black now promotes to a second queen with the discovered check, g1 equals queen, check. After king to d1, Black's simplest option is to play queen takes a7.
Right.
Black is now completely winning, but as we should now know, a game of chess is not over until it's over. Can you save a losing position? Let's see.
We'll see.
Black.
Black's queen is threatening to capture the unprotected knight and rook on b3. Can you find a way to safely protect both these attacked pieces?
Excellent job. The first step to playing a losing position is not to make it worse. White's queen protects both of the attacked pieces, when White still has chances to hold this difficult position. Black is in serious trouble, but sets up a clever trap by playing queen d2. Play the move for Black.
Black is in serious trouble but sets up a clever trap by playing queen d2.
Great job. Black sets up a trap in a losing position. White saw the trap and played the winning bishop takes g6 check. But can you find the forced draw if White promoted to a second queen? This move does not save Black. Try again.
Let's see.
Beautiful move. If White captures the queen, it's stalemate. Now force a perpetual check. Excellent.
Yeah, my
Black
bad, I
offers the
didn't
queen
see it.
again. If White captures the queen, it's stalemate. Otherwise, Black will repeat moves with a perpetual check.
Saw it the second time.
In this position, between two grandmasters, Black resigned. Let's take the rook instead of resigning.
In this position between two grandmasters, Black resigned. Let's take the rook instead of resigning.
Black's king cannot stop the pawn from promoting, but can you find the winning move for Black?
Black's king cannot stop the pawn from promoting, but can you find the winning move for Black?
Excellent job. This is what the grandmaster missed. Black is actually winning. Should White trade queens, or can you find a forcing move that avoids that trade?
Should White trade queens, or can you find a forcing move that avoids the trade?
Black's king looks safe in the corner. But can you find a surprising move that opens up a new line of attack against Black's king, forcing a perpetual check? Fantastic! White sacrifices a knight. You got it! Black's king is forced... Exactly. White forces a draw by combining this check and queen h3 check, when Black's king cannot escape the perpetual check.
Positive attitude can go a long way in chess. Thank you, Prehistoric. These are fun, I tell you. I really like them. Really like them.
When you are in a winning position, it's important to keep in mind what your opponent can do to cause trouble. Watch for counterplay and look for chances to simplify the position.
World champion Emanuel Lasker famously stated, "The hardest game to win is the one game." We can all relate to letting a great game slip out of our hands, and it even happens to the greatest chess players from time to time. In this position, Lasker himself proves how hard it can be to win a one game. White is down an incredible amount of material, but notice that Lasker's pawn on h7 is ready to promote into a queen on the next move. There doesn't seem to be any way Black can stop the promotion when the new queen gives all the winning chances to White. When you are in a winning position, it is easy to relax, get happy, and think that any move will win. This is exactly what you need to avoid to win the one game. You need to stay alert and look out for tactical chances until the very end of the game. In this position, Lasker has several ways to escape the rook checks. One idea is to play king f1. In an endgame, you usually don't want to cut your king off from the rest of the action, but here White is keeping the position as simple as possible to eliminate any tactical chances for the opponent. Black has only one sensible check, with rook c1 check. And after king e2, rook c2 check, White can put an end to the rook checks with king d3, sacrificing one pawn, but after rook takes g2 and h8 equals queen, White's queen now takes over the game, attacking Black's king, and will start collecting pawns. Black may have chances to draw with careful play, but now White is the only side playing for a win. Let's see what Lasker decided to play in the game. Lasker thought he could end Black's counterplay and win quickly after king g3, rook c3 check. Lasker can still repeat the position with king f2 and then try another course, but Lasker played king g4. Because after rook c4 check and king g5, White's king appears safe from any tactics, but it's important to remember that as you march your king closer to your opponent's forces, you always have to stay alert for tactical chances against your king. Lasker may have expected Black to resign, but believe it or not, it will soon be Lasker's turn to resign. Can you find Black's incredible move that wins the game? If you found rook h4, fantastic job. Black threatens to capture the h7 pawn, White's only hope to win the game, and after king takes h4, White's king is forced to the unfortunate h4 square,
check,
allowing Black to open up the g7 square for the king with g5 check. White's king is forced to deal with the check when after king takes g5, Black's king catches White's dangerous passed pawn with king g7.
Wow.
After defending against White's threat of promotion, Black's connected passed pawns on the queen side will win the game for Black. This was a pretty complicated example, but it shows us how many chances there are in a chess game and how easy it is to throw away a great position. Let's take a look at some more examples and learn how to win the one game. In this position, the material imbalance is between White's 2 rooks and 3 extra pawns versus Black's 3 minor pieces, which is definitely better for White. Notice Black's king is only protected by pieces, not pawns, so Black's king safety is also not great. With White to move, how do we win the one game? One very tempting move is queen h6, threatening checkmate on the next turn. If Black tries to block the g-file with a bishop or a knight on g6, White can trade one of the rooks for 2 minor pieces, simplifying the position to White's favor. If Black tries to protect the bishop with queen f8, White can simply win the knight with rook takes e5, taking advantage of the pinned bishop on g7. Everything looks great after queen h6, but notice we have only been looking at Black's defensive moves. Always remember to look for your opponent's active, forcing moves, as overlooking these moves can cause serious problems. Black has the very interesting option of knight f3 check. The knight checks White's king and discovers the Black queen's attack on the rook on g3. Since capturing with the rook would unpin Black's bishop and allow Black to win White's queen, White should play g takes f3. Black sacrificed the knight in order to play the surprising move queen takes g3 check, capturing the rook with check and unpinning the bishop on g7.
Yep.
White captures the queen with h takes
So
g3.
it's 2 bishops against the
Capturing
rook.
with the h-pawn keeps the king sheltered against the 2 bishops. After bishop takes h6 and rook takes e7, White's position is still winning, but Black's 2 bishops may cause problems for White, so Black still has some hope. In winning positions, we want to simplify our task as much as possible. Let's see if we can find an easier way to win this game. We mentioned the importance of looking for forcing moves your opponent can play, but don't forget to look at your own forcing moves as well. Can you find a forcing move for White that can simplify the position? In the game, White played rook takes g7 check. And after king takes g7, notice Black's king is lined up on the same diagonal as the knight on e5. After queen d4, White is threatening queen takes e5, entering a simplified ending when White's rook and extra pawns should have no problems against Black's bishop. If Black tries to defend the knight with king f6, White can add more pressure to the pinned knight with f4.
Right.
White is ready to play queen takes e5, trading queens, or if Black moves the queen away first, Black's exposed king will not survive long. White avoided unnecessary complications and soon won the game by trading down into a rook and several extra pawns versus bishop endgame. Let's take a look at one more example together. In this position, we join a tournament game that I was playing with the Black pieces. Black is on the attack, and it looks like White's king is in serious trouble. If rook h1 check, White is forced to capture the pawn on g2, but it wasn't clear to me what to do next. I thought about bishop f3 to protect the g2 pawn first, but then I am simply dropping a bishop to the knight. Unfortunately, I didn't ask myself the follow-up question. What if I removed the knight first? Can you find the winning move that I missed? If you found the queen sacrifice, queen takes e5, great job. By removing the knight that was protecting the f3 square, Black not only is up a piece for the moment, but has an overwhelming attack. If White captures the queen with rook takes e5, after bishop f3, White's king is trapped, and rook h1 checkmate is unstoppable.
Yeah. Wow.
I completely missed the winning queen sacrifice and simply played rook d to g8, preparing to play bishop f3 to threaten rook h1 checkmate. As expected, White played f3, attacking my bishop and opening up an escape square for the king on f2. I already missed one winning move, and now my opponent is starting to fight back. Here it is all too easy to start reacting to your opponent's play, and I almost retreated my bishop to f5. One of the keys to winning the one game is staying alert and keeping your pieces as active as possible. Why can't Black capture the pawn on f3?
Yeah, because
Yes,
queen
the
to
knight protects the square,
c3.
but what happens then? After bishop takes f3, I saw through my opponent's aggression and realized there is nothing to fear. My opponent did not capture the bishop, but White's unprotected king did not survive long. If White played knight takes f3, let's practice winning the one game. After Black plays rook h1 check and king f2, do you see a clear win? Before beginning to calculate these complications, stay on the surface.
Queen g3.
Is there a simpler move that prevents the White king from escaping to f2? That's right. Black can play queen g3. Now rook h1 checkmate is unstoppable. Now that you've learned the skills necessary to bring home the victory, can you win the one game? Let's see.
We'll see.
Let's
choose between 3 moves. R takes F8. Rook takes F8. Check. Knight to D2. White to move, by the way. Knight to D2. Or queen takes H6. Actually, I think check.
Great job. White forces black's queen to f8 to protect the knight. How can white complete development and prepare to play rook f1? Great decision. Black carelessly captures the e5 pawn. Rook f1 is still a powerful move, but black's last move allows a powerful check. Can you find that move? Great job. White is ready to play the crushing queen takes c6. Now let's see what happened in the actual game. Grandmaster Matanovich throws away the one game by capturing black's knight. What did white overlook? White's king is slightly exposed, but there's no forced win for black. So white will soon complete development with a winning position. Try again.
Can't castle? Can't. I have to move. What did white overlook? Yeah. What did white overlook? Let's see. Quietly Sleeping Cow is following. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Howdy, howdy. Doing lessons. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. How you doing tonight? I am not sure what I'm missing here. So, very cool. Very cool. Thanks for coming in tonight. Well, I took the rook and it said no. So that's what I thought first. It's not this. I don't
Nice
think.
try, but we need to find a more forcing move or white will win. Try again.
Damn. I thought I was taking the rook. I don't see it. I do not see it. Oh, I do see it. God darn it.
Grandmaster Donner swindles white. How can black win in 2 moves?
Didn't see it.
Exactly. Black will checkmate on the
Till I
next move.
saw it.
Excellent work turning this losing
Didn't
position
look at
around
the
and
whole
bringing
board.
home the point.
That's my fault. Damn. Missed
How
that
can
one.
white combine attack with defense to win the 1 game? Choose carefully.
How can white combine attacks with defense to win the 1 game?
Incredibly, this move throws away the win. We'll see how in the next example. How else can you attack black's queen and block the check?
Now I'm falling apart here. Oh, shit. Getting tired.
Great choice. Black tries one last chance to trick us in the endgame. Let's put your endgame skills to the test. Excellent work. How can white eliminate any chance for black to save this game? This is one of 2 winning king moves. Great job. Let's play the other winning king move. Excellent work. How can white eliminate any chance for... You got it. How can white win the 1 game? Impressive, patient endgame play. White will capture the passed pawn when black's king cannot defend against all of white's powerful
Yeah,
pawns.
because you just moved the pawn up. I thought the other one was fine too. That was my fault.
World
Damn.
Championship challenger Mikhail Chigorin must have expected his opponent to resign. Can you find black's clever idea that forces a draw?
Forces a draw. That's toughy.
Nice try, but this does not save the game for black. Try again.
Yeah, buddy. So, shadow. Oh shit, what am I thinking?
Incredible job finding World Championship candidate Carl Schlechter's stalemate trap. White avoids taking the queen and forcing stalemate. Can you find black's only move that holds the draw? You got it. Can you find the surprising queen sacrifice played in the game that forced a draw? You got it. White cannot make progress, so the players agreed to a draw. Impressive work escaping this.
God, I can't believe I didn't see that. That was my fault. Yeah, didn't see it. Man.
The first official world champion, Wilhelm Steinitz, is in a losing position as black. Let's play his move, rook e4, setting up a trap.
Rook e4. Black to move.
His strong opponent, Zukertort, could have won by keeping the back rank and kingside safe with rook f1 or rook g1, but instead thinks trading down is the simplest way to win. Let's prove Zukertort wrong.
Do I check him or do I?
Nicely played. Zukertort relied on protecting the back rank using the g1 a7 diagonal. How can black secure the win? Great job. Zukertort resigned
Holy
as
shit.
white cannot prevent checkmate without serious material loss.
Get the hard one, but I can't get the other one. I love the chess puzzles. I really do. I really recommend them for people that haven't done them. I have a diamond membership. I love Insights. If you haven't seen Insights, it's pretty amazing with all the percentages and everything else that they have to offer. I mean, that's another reason why I have a membership, and I love chess.com in that way. Also, the video master classes. Those are freaking amazing as well. So, of course, the puzzles are great. So I've been doing these chess lessons, started last week in the advanced. I got up to intermediate. I was #1 board, USCF rated in 72, 73, 74. So, I took a refresher, went through the beginning, intermediate, and then just stopped doing them. And then decided, same with puzzles, got up to 2100 rating in puzzles, and been on for 5 years on chess.com. I think it was 3 years ago when I stopped doing the puzzles. And so about 4 months ago, I started doing puzzles. I had like a 4,500 rating or whatever, 4,500 points on their little puzzle point deal. And the highest badge was 2,100. And so last week or the week before, I just made 3,000 rated badge, the 3,000. And now I've got 110,000 or 120,000 points. So it's pretty cool. Elias the Kid, yo. Welcome back. How you doing? So it is time to take a challenge. Wednesday and Thursday I'll be playing puzzles. I'll do some of these lessons first, just a couple of them, and then go into puzzles, and then challenges. But doing good, Elias, doing good. Hanging in, having some fun tonight, just playing some puzzles. Actually, doing the puzzles on the chess lessons. And these advanced lessons, man, it's worth a membership. It really is. So, and I have to go back through it, look at it again. But pretty cool stuff. So, did 2.5 hours of chess lessons on chess.com tonight. And JVO rating with 11, party 11. Wow, JVO, I'm gonna have to follow you on Twitch. That was really cool of you, JVO. I guess we're gonna keep doing the lessons. It's a raid, woohoo! Thank you guys. Thank you for following. You guys rock. It was Elias rocks. Man, have you seen his YouTube channel? It's fantastic. It is really cool. Elias for the win. Thank you. F name enemy. F name me. Boy, I'm old. You guys rock. House of pancakes coming in too. Pancakes coming in hot. It's hot cakes tonight. Thank you guys. Elias, House of Pancakes, we're rocking it. Daily double, woot woot. There you go. Well, I'm going to do another lesson though. If you guys are coming, Diana, thank you so much. Nice to see you as well. You guys rock. Absolutely rock. Score. Thank you so much. Well, I guess we're going to do some lessons. House of Pancakes with the hot cakes tonight. Thank you for the raid. Doing some. Boy, you guys rock. I remember this too. You know I am. You know I'm going to pay you back. You know I am. Oh, got kitties going underneath. Hey, you guys, WWE is not going on tonight. WWE is not going on. You are not doing that. Kids. Kitty kids. Hey, get back. What are you doing? I'm going to have to grab you and hold you. Give you hugs. Okay, Princess, Shadow, are you guys separated? Round 3 will be tomorrow, okay? Anyway, I am going to have to check JVO out. Thank you so much. Hey, you guys, what's going on here? Hey, be right back. We got WWE going on. Okay, you are not going to do that. Yeah, we know who you are. Come here. Stop it. All right, Princess, you okay? You okay? Shadow? Little bugger? All right, you are flying. He does talk though. He says my name. And, oh, you don't like it today now that you're trapped? You were doing the same to Princess, so what do you think, bud? He is a bud. He's a bud. That is Shadow, and Princess is under under the stools at the center table there. Thank you for subbing, JVO. Thank you, guys. You guys really, thank you for subbing to Elias, because his YouTube channel is amazing. And I will put mine up too. I've got 2 of them. Here we go. There's my YouTube channel. 4.5 years in making, 800 videos. There's some good content on there. And we've got another YouTube channel I just started 5 weeks ago. I'm playing Wizardry at 11 o'clock every morning. I was an original Wizardry player, for those that don't know. And Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord back in 1981 on an Apple II Plus. Daphne came out in October on phones for iPhone and Android. Also on PC, it's a free download. It is a gacha game. It really is a legit, amazing game. Probably the best Wizardry game ever made. And it is crazy good. Storyline's fantastic. Voice acting's fantastic. The special effects and just the player immersion alone. And it reminds you of the original games that came out in 1981, 82, and I believe 84. The trilogy, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, Knight of Diamonds, and Legacy of Lilligum. And takes me back 44 years. So I am playing that at 11 o'clock in the morning. Chess at night at 6:30. 1648 UFCF player in high school back in 73 and 74. JVO with a subscribe. Thank you so much. You guys rock. And Elias, you can't get out of the tutorial? If you need any help, just ask me. Just ask me. Come in and ask me. I'll be happy to help you on that. And in Discord, I can help you too. So thank you so much. And there's the Discord. I just started the Wizardry Discord and the Wizardry YouTube. So I've got the JJ Plays Chess and JJ Plays Wizardry. And then I have that's the invite to the Discord. I know that Elias is already on that, but man, if you're having problems, I can come in and watch you. Just tell me when you're on, and I'll come in and watch you and give you some help. Wizardry is unforgiving. It is very, very difficult, and the original game was just vector line graphics and an interface that was on your Apple II Plus or a Commodore. You could get a color monitor. There was only 4 colors. And the Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord 2024 reboot came out last year. And it actually shows the original interface in the bottom right corner, and it actually works. With Daphne, they came out on Steam for free, the PC version. And if anybody does get the PC version, it's amazing. It really is. And brings me back 44 years of playing. But the thing that is incredible, you can link both your phone and your PC. And if they just had this engine update, and some older phones are not handling it. So they're trying to fix that right now. The last 2 weeks, people are upset. But they've been really generous in not only giving back to the player, as well as they really care about the game. And it's a tribute to Surtek's game that came back in 1981. But Daphne is freaking lights out. I mean, this game's really good. I found out about it 2 months ago, and so I've been playing. I'm already level 50. Level 60 is capped. But they have more Abyss to add, and they've got more content. They add content every week. But the storyline is amazing. And that first Abyss, you think it's a save the king game. Oh, got to go save the princess's dad, save the king. He got abducted. He's in the abyss. The abyss opens up every 100 years. Got to go save that. And once you do that, the craziest thing happens. It is freaking, whoever came up with that idea, dude, brilliant. It's everything changes. And once you get past that first abyss and you get to the fight, you're excited and you get by it and everything's cool and your whole world's turned around. Your whole world in the game, the storyline, everything, the depth of the game, everything completely changes. And it's worth the price just to play that. Your jaw's going to drop and you're going to just go, oh my God. Yeah, there are a lot of plot twists. Yep, a lot of plot twists. So it is crazy good. And what's crazy is 2 American programmers made Wizardry in 1981. And Surtech had offices in Canada and the U.S. And Japan's going nuts over the game right now. A lot of the U.S. players, they're all boomers that remember Wizardry. So even though Wizardry 8 came out and everything else, they had Sony Online, SOE had Wizardry Online back in 2013 and only ran it for a year. So crazy that nobody remembers it. And I know the Wizardry, I know the just because I bought it. Back when I went in and bought the Apple II, the guy said, man, you got to play this game. You got to play this game. And it was like $75 to $100 just for the box. And it was a 5 1/4 floppy. And I'll never forget loading that up. We used to have Wizardry parties. And all the games now, make that thing look like tiddlywinks. But the legacy of everything that created it is absolutely really, really cool. And it's legendary. And especially as guys, old boomers, And since I've got a few seconds before the ad break, I'm going to go into chess and play this lesson. But the one thing I want to say that's just absolutely, unequivocally, the Japanese company that made this, cinematography, animations, the actual voice acting is freaking top notch. The love and the respect for the original game is there. And it was the first game to ever introduce permadeath. First game. You lose your character, you take it to the temple, it turns to ash, you get one chance, and your character's gone. Now, gotcha games, the original game had a 5 1/4 save disc. So if you got teleported into solid rock or anything like that, you get them back. This game does too. It's called Fortitude. If your heart's solid and you lose the character, you die, don't take him to the temple. Make sure it's over like 75 fortitude to 100. Just rest them. And the great thing is there's 40, 50 characters in this thing. And only the 5, 6 commons don't talk. All the other ones have fully voiced lines. And they bitch at each other. So when you're playing, they not only bitch at the monsters, but they bitch at you too. They tell you off. You got monsters telling you when you go in the game and you're sitting there and you're playing it, I'm gonna fuck you up. And you just gotta chuckle. I mean, you get to those little thief roly-poly dudes. Oh, and then you got cotton candy creatures. I mean, I'm calling them. I mean, they're different than that, but man, they poof. I mean, there is some hilarious stuff in this game. So I just wanted to let you know. So it turns out Black is White's father. Hope there's no spoilers. Nice. But yeah, if you ever need help, Elias, you let me know, and I'll come help you. No problem. But the game's really good. And people are going, it's a gotcha game. It's got permadeath. What if I buy my character and I pay for the character and he dies? Because it's fortitude, you just throw him in the guild hall. You wait for 2 hours, 4 hours. They get their fortitude back. The heart goes solid. And then you can res them at the temple and not worry about death, permadeath at all. It's you've got to earn a Darwin Award if you're going to throw a character away. You really do. And so if they are under 50 fortitude and their heart is broken on their icon, don't take them to the temple. Just put them in the guild hall and, play another character, replace them. And that's why you always make multiple characters. And you get 2 legendaries right off the bat, even if you're free to play. So, I mean, they really care about their customers. And that's a huge thing. And it's a total tribute to the original game. All right, Elias, let me know. And if you go on live with Wizardry, send me a shout out or give me some heads up, and I'll come in and I'll go into your channel and be a backseat driver. I'm old enough to do that. I'll backseat it, man. I'll talk some shit. Hey, yeah, do that. So you get your characters off. No, I would never do that. I'd help you. If you need the help, I guarantee it. Anyway, let's go for lessons. Thank you, House. Thank you, JVO. Thank you, Elias. Rock stars. So, been doing chess.com lessons, and this is why I have a membership. And so JVO's back. Welcome back, JVO. Thank you for Raid. Thank you, Elias. Thank you, everybody that came in. Thank you, House of Pancakes. And we will go to the next lesson.
It's important to stay focused on the chess factors in the position and not get distracted by other thoughts like your tournament standing or the opponent's rating.
That's a really good advice, actually, especially when you're playing face-to-face. Okay.
Is chess a science, sport, or an art? Or is it something completely different? There are many different answers depending on who you ask. The second world chess champion, Emanuel Lasker, called chess the human struggle. Chess is a clash of ideas between 2 players. Not only do you have to struggle against your opponent, you also have to face yourself. Chess is a very logical game, but it is also psychological, as we must learn how to deal with the roller coaster of emotions we can experience during a chess game. The joy of finding a tactical combination, the disappointment of throwing away a completely winning position, and the thrill of attacking the opponent's king are just a few of these emotions. Today we're going to look at one of my own games and explore the inner game of chess psychology.
Tilt is real.
In this game, I have the white pieces. I am 17 years old with a rating of 1791. My opponent was rated 2394 and was the top competitor in this National Scholastic Championship. Playing a higher rated opponent can be very intimidating. I remember feeling nervous before the game started. How can I possibly compete against such a strong player, I wondered. I did my best to focus on the game and take it one move at a time. Easier said than done. My 600-point higher rated opponent, playing the black pieces, is on the move. He played knight to b6, gaining a tempo against my bishop. I have an isolated queen pawn, so if he can control the square in front of the pawn in this case d5, and begin to trade pieces, my isolated queen pawn will become more of a weakness. After bishop d3 and knight f d5, black's knight blockades my isolated pawn, preventing it from advancing, and also opening up an attack against my dark squared bishop. Since my bishop doesn't have a great square to retreat, I traded bishops with bishop takes e7 and queen takes e7. Black has traded a pair of minor pieces, one step closer to his goal of entering an endgame where I am stuck with a weak, isolated pawn. One strength of the isolated pawn in the middle game is since it does not have a pawn able to protect it on the files next to it, in this case the c and the e files. These files can be used by the rooks and queen. After rook e1, my rook enjoys the semi-open e file and x-rays black's queen. Now black can play a normal move such as bishop d7, preparing to anchor a knight on d5 with bishop c6. The game may continue slowly, where white will have some chances of building an attack on the king side, but black will have a solid game. One of the biggest challenges to remember when playing a much higher rated opponent is that the higher rated opponent often feels great pressure to defeat you. Instead of focusing on your own emotions, fearing the rating of your opponent, remember that they also have to deal with their own psychological pressure. My opponent must have felt this pressure and decided to take a serious risk by playing f5. When I first saw this move, I was completely shocked. My opponent is 600 points higher rated than me, so he must know what he's doing, right? I started to imagine all of his kingside pawns rushing forward with g5 and h5. I felt like I was going to be pushed right off the board. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and decided to look at the position, not my opponent's rating. Although this move looks aggressive, it doesn't threaten anything yet. No matter how strong a move may look, you always have to look for its weaknesses. By playing f5, black's e6 pawn is now backward as it can only be protected by pieces and will be a long-term target. Notice by moving the pawn off f7, the a2 to g8 diagonal has been weakened, and black's king is on that diagonal.
It really is, Elias. You know, they have to think about that too, especially if you give them a run, especially if you have a strong end game. You know, it's a battle of will, especially face to face. I play better face to face.
After calming my emotions and analyzing the position, I realized this move was a serious weakness, and I played queen b3. My queen is now on the same diagonal as my opponent's king, and more pressure is being added to the d5 knight. If my opponent played a normal-looking move, such as developing a piece with bishop d7, can you see the real threat I created by playing queen b3? White has a powerful combination starting with knight takes d5. Since the e-pawn is pinned to black's queen, after knight takes d5, I was ready to play queen takes d5, winning a piece, since after e takes d5 and rook takes e7, white is up a full piece and is already invading black's territory. Instead of allowing this tactic, my opponent wisely moved his queen off of the dangerous e-file with queen f6. After knight takes d5, black decided not to recapture with the e-pawn, which would create an isolated pawn and open up the e-file for white's rook. Instead, black played knight takes d5. I increased the pressure against black's knight with bishop c4. And after black added another defender to the knight with rook d8, how can white add more pressure against the knight on d5? If you found rook e5, great job. White's rook adds more pressure to black's knight and also prepares to complete development with rook a to e1. Black moved the knight to safety with knight c7, and after rook a to e1, all of white's pieces are already developed, and black is feeling the pressure against the backward e6 pawn. This is why a move like f5 should only be played after very careful thought. Pawns cannot move backwards, and black is stuck defending the weak e6 pawn. Black played rook e8, adding more protection to the weak e6 pawn. My opponent's risky strategy has backfired, and he is in serious trouble. As my position continued to get better and better, I became more and more nervous and fearful. I must be missing something, I thought. Once again, I started to fear my opponent. So I closed my eyes, paused, and forced myself to focus on the position, not my opponent's rating. Since the e6 pawn is pinned, I was very tempted to play d5, which turns out to be a very powerful move. But when you have a safe, very strong position, it's a good idea to keep the position simple and clear so your opponent doesn't have a chance to escape in the complications. Black's only active move is b5, trying to break out of his bind. Rather than rushing forward and allowing complications, I took a deep breath, realized there was no hurry, and I prevented my opponent's only chance for counterplay by playing a4. Now that b5 is under control, I was ready to blast open the position with d5. My opponent, in desperation, tried to complicate things by playing b5 anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Without having a
interesting
pawn
for
on
him.
a4, my only option
It
to
is.
capture the pawn would be with bishop takes b5, when rook b8 would pin my bishop to the queen. I wanted to avoid this, so I played a takes b5. My opponent pinned the pawn to my queen with rook b8, but his scattered army is no match for my fully developed pieces working together. I pushed forward with d5. Black does not want to capture the pawn and lose material on the e-file, so he played bishop b7. Finally completing development and connecting his rooks, but it is too little too late. After d6, my isolated pawn is now a pass pawn, marching up the board and pushing Black's pieces around. After knight d5, the pass pawn advances again with d7,
Yep.
attacking Black's rook. If Black's rook leaves the e-file, White will crash through with rook takes e6, so Black played rook e7. Imagine yourself in my situation. I have outplayed the top player in this national tournament, and I know that I am close to winning the game. This is the most dangerous moment in a chess game, because when you realize you are winning, it is easy to relax and become overconfident. I had to once again close my eyes and allow my emotions to run its course. After taking a deep breath, I reminded myself to focus on the position itself and use the same thought process I used to enter a winning position in order to actually win the game. I calculated a combination where I would sacrifice my queen, knowing that the pass pawn on d7, combined with my powerful rooks and knight, would overwhelm my opponent's position.
Yep.
I started the combination
Bishop
with bishop
takes
takes
knight.
d5.
Bishop
After
takes
bishop takes
bishop.
d5, I
Queen
quickly
takes
double-checked
bishop.
my analysis, realized it worked, and with a trembling hand I played the queen sacrifice, queen takes d5. By sacrificing my queen, I open up the e-file for my powerful rooks. After e takes d5,
Rook
and
takes
rook
rook.
takes e7, my threat is rook e8 check, attacking Black's rook and promoting the passed pawn. If my opponent blocked the promotion square with rook d8, I would win the game by playing rook e8 check,
Right.
king f7, and after knight e5 check, Black is forced to give up his queen when White has an
Hey, Shadow,
overwhelming
where are you?
advantage.
Come here.
My opponent decided to play queen d6, and after rook e8 check, king f7. Can you find a combination that forces Black to give up his queen? If you decided to bring your last piece into the attack by playing knight g5 check,
Right.
great job. Black's king is forced to the same rank as the queen after king f6.
And
White
boom.
forks the Black king and queen with rook 1 to e6 check. And after queen takes e6, knight takes e6. White is now completely winning.
Where are you?
Although I had an overwhelming position, I still was afraid that my opponent's rook could somehow deliver a back-rank checkmate. Once again, I focused on the position instead of my emotions and realized I was going to promote my pawn into a queen and easily win the game. My opponent resigned the game, which completed my biggest tournament upset in my chess career. Some important things to remember from this game include that you too can play chess, and all chess players make mistakes. Do not allow fear to overwhelm you. Your opponent also has their own struggles. Remember to take a deep breath and return your focus to the position. Are you ready to overcome your emotions and find good moves? Let's put you to the test.
And I think, it is kind of a therapy session in a sense, but it really, if you played over the board in any tournaments, it really is good advice. It's pretty darn solid. because you get nerves. You don't know who you're playing. All of a sudden you match up with somebody that, you may think you can't win. You have to think that you can win. You have to you got to not only play your opponent, but play the board. And, John Chung, he's an expert that I used to play in a club here. And this was back in 2009, 2010. And he's an expert. And he took fourth in the Western States Open when I went down there in the expert class. And we matched up in the Newport Open that summer before the Western States Open in November. And it was the fourth round, and he wanted to play me. And we played many a skittle game. And I had beat him before. So it was one of those things that, he wanted to play before the second day. And I said no. Nope, not going to do it. And the reason being is Skittles and tournament games, I take them totally different and to a different idea. And the reason being is playing Skittles, man, I want them to underestimate me. That is my whole thing. I'm just this old guy. What are you doing? And I wasn't that old back then in 2009, but from a standpoint of I played him maybe 100 Skittle games, probably 50. But he's going to think I'm doing a certain opening. And in the matchup, I decided to take that night, and we hung out till about 9 o'clock. I went home, and then I thought, I'm going to change my openings. Because he always knows I play the same things against him. So we happened to match up that first round on the second day, the fourth round. We were both undefeated. And I played kind of a combination of a center Scotch Gambit and with white, and I played Petrovs with black, and he knows that. And he totally knows it. And so I got the black pieces, which I was a little bummed. I was hoping I'd get white. I played a close Sicilian. He'd never seen me play that before. It totally freaked him out. Went 78 moves. I almost won. I made one mistake in the end game, and it was a pawn and a king to a king. And I played great. And he was so impressed, he could not believe it. It totally, the first half of the game, he couldn't believe I didn't play Petrovs. And so it was one of those things that, change it up. Any game, you have a shot. You just got to go in with a positive attitude. I played that FIDE Master, before the club, before September 29th, that $1,000 Open. And I happened on September 4th go down with COVID for 9.5 weeks and got really sick. And so I didn't get to play. But I played him and he smoked me. And I was really cool with it because I was learning his openings. I kind of wanted to see what he was doing. So I probably would have still lost, but I would have gave him a game and he would have been surprised, but never got that opportunity. So it's mindset. I think this is a really good thing. I have to get my cat who's jumped up on the balcony up there. It'll only be a minute. I'll be right back and I'll do these, start these lessons. I apologize. He is at the top of my loft. Be right back. Come on, Shadow. Come on, buddy. Let's go. It's your turn. Come on. Come on, Shadow. Come on. Let's go, bud. Come on. Come on, Shadow. Let's go. But anyway, yeah, I think that's good. This is actually an interesting, different lesson. Yeah, Shadow, I can't right now. Just don't fall. He is way up at the top of the loft over my closet. So there's this overhang and then 25 feet down. Black just played NB6, attacking our light square bishop. God, I'm out of breath trying to get him. Woo! Find an active square for this piece. Black just played NB6, attacking our light square bishop. Find an active square for this piece. Okay.
This is what I played in the game, and it's a strong idea. Can you find another idea that keeps the bishop active on the a2-g8 diagonal?
Figures.
Black just played knight b6. Great job. This move may be even more flexible than what I played in the game. White's bishop controls key squares on this diagonal, and may join the queen to attack on the
Call me by name.
b1h7 diagonal in the future.
Come here, Shadow. Let's go. Come on. Come on, bud. Get down. Okay.
Remember that rooks have X-ray vision? How can we develop a rook to an active file and line it up with Black's queen? Great job adding pressure to the E file. Our much higher rated opponent plays the crazy F5. Move. Let's close our eyes, take a deep breath, and develop a piece to the weakened A2-G8 diagonal. Nice try, but don't forget about your opponent's defensive resources.
Shit.
Try again.
Oops. A2. Shadow, come on, man. False things. All days. Okay. Develop a piece that we can A2-G8 diagonal. A2-G8 diagonal.
Nice try, but this does not develop a piece to the A2-G8 diagonal. Try again.
Oh.
You stayed calm and are now punishing Black
I'm
for
getting
weakening the
rocked.
diagonal leading to his king.
Cats, dogs living
the game,
together, trying to
played
get
queen
everything
F6.
going, trying to worry about him
What was I
falling
prepared
off
to
the
play
balcony.
if Black played a simple developing move like bishop d7?
Okay. He stayed calm and now punishing Black for weakening the diagonal leading to his king. In the game, Black played QF6. What was I prepared to play if Black played a simple developing move like BD7?
You got it! Black's position is barely fantastic work taking advantage of the pinned e6 pawn. Keep up the great work. Black wisely moved the queen off the e-file. How can we continue to add pressure to Black's weakened A2-G8 diagonal? Great job increasing the tension. How can we add a third attacker against Black's knight? Your fine positional play is punishing Black for the scary, but ultimately weak F5 move. Nicely done. Black retreats the knight to C7, trying to hold on to the weak E6 pawn. How can we break down Black's defenses by developing our final piece that adds more pressure to the weak E6 pawn? You got it.
Yes, buddy.
Black wishes he
Just
could
call
move
me
his
by name.
F5 pawn back
He
to
always
F7.
does.
I wanted to play 19. D5. But I was too nervous about Black playing D5. Can you calm my nerves and push a pawn that protects against the B5 idea? Excellent move. There is no rush. White prevents any counterplay before preparing the deadly d5 pawn advance. How should white capture black's pawn on b5?
Yes, Shadow, I'll be right there. He knows about 5-6 words too. He really does. Okay. One sec. One more time. I'm gonna feed him. See what happens. Let's do that. Princess is totally chill under the. On the couch behind here. I thought he was over there. Princess is good. Come on, Shadow. Oh, good stuff, man. It is chow time. Oh, wow. That's the good stuff. You like this stuff. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Come on, man. Let's go. Bring it home, Shadow. Come on. Oh, boy. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Let's go, kid. Let's go. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Shadow, come on. Come on. Please. Come here. Shadow, come on. Let's go, buddy. Yeah. Shadow usually doesn't do this, so I'm really surprised he's doing it, but I apologize for the interruptions. Okay, excellent move. There is no rush. White prevents any counterplay before preparing the deadly d5 pawn advance. How should white capture black's pawn on b5?
Exactly. Black's desperate counterplay has
Shadow.
been squashed before it started, and white is ready to play the crushing d5 pawn advance.
Doing the lessons, Dell, right now, and Dell is my moderator on Discord. What are you doing? Come on, let's go. Yeah, come on now. Get down. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. Be right back again. He is really, I would show you. Don't fall. He's on the rail, on the railing up there. He doesn't do this. I'll be right back. I really apologize. Dude, go into, come on, Shadow. You can't do this. Come on, Shadow, let's go. I apologize. Exactly. Black's desperate counterplay has been squashed before it started. White's ready to play the crushing d5 pawn advance.
I played the cautious 19a4, preventing any chances for my opponent to escape this losing position. I was too nervous to play 19. d5. Let's play that powerful move and see what could have happened. White pushes forward, prepared to destroy Black's defenses. Let's capture the b5 pawn with our bishop and see what scared me during the game. White steps into this annoying pin.
With the rook.
I only looked this far, thinking I was losing a piece. Can you find the powerful move I missed that attacks Black's knight and reveals a second defender for White's bishop? Great job finding the move I overlooked. White is up a pawn with a crushing position. Look at that passed pawn on d6. After cautious play, it's time to attack. How can we create a passed pawn and attack Black's knight? Great job creating a dangerous passed pawn. Let's keep marching that pawn forward. Look at that powerful pawn pushing Black's pieces around. Now it's time to bring home the big upset. You got it. I was physically shaking at this. With a trembling hand, I sacrificed my queen. Great work! Excellent job helping me overcome my emotions and win the game. Always believe in yourself and play the board, not the person.
And we'll do one more. And I'm doing lessons today. We got a lot of people in, thanks to two great streamers, actually three. Elias, JVO, who I'm going to have to follow, as well as House of Pancakes. Pretty cool stuff. Been having the cat go off, so a little bit between chess tonight and everything else. So I think I'm going to, seems like everybody wants to play me when people come in, and then I get smoked, and then everybody leaves. So I think we'll just go one more lesson here. I think the lessons are pretty good, Elias. That's why I have a membership, have a diamond membership. I really think they're great. And the puzzles are great. They have the video master classes, and for diamond members, you don't have to pay to watch them. They're like 20 minutes long, and they're on every opening, every mid-game, power pawns, end game, all sorts of cool stuff. They're pretty good. So we'll do one more. That's the first time they've actually talked about your emotional state when you're playing chess, and I think that's the first time I've seen it. So that was kind of interesting.
Often the way to win a game is to promote a pawn. Since a new queen is so valuable, it's usually worth sacrificing a piece or two to promote a pawn, if at all possible.
Okay.
Gaining the advantage in chess is only the beginning of the journey on the road to chess victory. Along that path, your opponent will often have many defensive chances, and you have to know how and when to break through your opponent's defenses to win the game. Let's take a look at some examples of how to break through to victory. In this position,
I agree. I went through the beginning intermediate and haven't picked them up for a couple of years, and now I thought, I'm going to start doing it, and actually I'm learning stuff that I didn't even think about. And I was pretty good back in the day, so I think they're worth it. That's why I'm showing them, and that's why I talk highly about chess.com's the app. There's so much that a lot of people do not use, and there's so many things that you can use on chess.com that I think is highly productive, and that's why I
White
decided
has
to
a
do the
space
lessons.
advantage. Look at how advanced White's pawns are on the queen side. White's pawn on b6 is only 2 squares away from promoting into a queen, but the path is currently blocked. Notice that black's king and dark-squared bishop are on the other side of the board. If only white could break through on the queen side and free the b6 pawn to advance up the board, white would be winning. Can you find the winning breakthrough idea for white? If you found c5, great job. White sacrifices a pawn, but opens up the f1 to a6 diagonal
Exactly.
for white's bishop to break through black's defenses on the next turn. If black does not accept the sacrifice, white's c-pawn would march forward with c6, when either the c-pawn or the b-pawn would break through and
Bishop
promote
can't
to
get
a
over
queen.
there, king can't either.
Black accepts white's sacrifice with d takes c5. And white breaks through black's defenses with bishop takes a6, sacrificing the bishop, but if black accepts the sacrifice, white promotes the b-pawn into a queen. If black does not accept the bishop, white will simply capture the b7 pawn and clear the way for the a-pawn to promote into a queen and should win the game easily.
Yep.
Let's take a look at another example. In this position, black is in serious trouble. White is up 2 pawns, and it appears that white has an easy breakthrough with c6. After c6, and d takes c6, white plays d takes c6. Now white is broken through on the queen side and is expecting a quick victory with
No.
c7 and ensuring that the pawn will promote with bishop to f5.
Bishop takes pawn.
White is now in for a surprise. After bishop takes c6,
This is a draw.
black sacrifices the bishop, but after bishop takes c6, we reach a classic wrong-colored bishop for the rook pawn ending.
Yep.
Notice that the h-pawn's promotion square, h8, is a dark square. Since white has a light-squared bishop, it cannot protect the promotion square. So after king h8, white cannot force black's king out of the corner, so the position is drawn.
Yeah, you can never
Let's
get
see
him
what
out.
white should have done to win this endgame. Knowing how to break through a position is important, but you also have to know when to break through a position as well. In this position, white simply needs to remove black's passive bishop from the board with bishop to g6.
Right.
Black cannot avoid the exchange of
option.
bishops, and then white will easily be winning by creating a second passed pawn in the position with c6. Combined with h2, black's king is no match for these passed pawns. In this position, white has a nice space advantage, but it doesn't look like there is any way to break through. If only the d5 pawn could break through with d6 and attack the knight, white's passed pawn would win the game. White found the winning breakthrough with e5, attacking the critical d6 pawn. After the exchanges f takes e5, f takes e5, and d takes e5, white wins easily after d6.
Yep.
White has broken through black's defenses and creates a passed pawn that cannot be stopped after knight c8 and d7. White's passed pawn wins the game. After f takes e5 and f takes e5, what if black didn't take the e5 pawn and played knight c8, trying to defend against the breakthrough? After knight e4, white is threatening e takes d6, so after d takes e5 and d6, white breaks through anyway, forcing black to sacrifice the knight and enter a completely losing endgame.
Yep.
Let's take a look at one more example together. With black,
I do stand with Hans Niemann mainly due to how much hatred he received for things out of his control. Of course, he did do wrong, but he didn't cheat against Magnus. However, I doubt his ass has a chance against, I don't know what the dots are, has a chance against unless it can truly rival the instructive side of things. However, I doubt his something has a chance against something unless it can truly rival the instructive side of things. you know, he's kind of the bad boy of chess, and he kind of plays it up that way. And he's actually a very good player. And he did admit to cheating, and there's always going to be in the back of the mind is, you know, you're going to do it again. I don't know if he cheated in the particular game that Magnus freaked out about, but all forgiving people second chances, and hopefully he, you know, I mean, he's done some great things since, you know, and he does have a kind of an offish, you know, approach, almost obstinate approach, but he's a damn good player, no doubt about it. Oh, okay. I doubt his end game has a chance against chess.com unless it can truly rival the instructive side of things. Yeah. I totally am with prehistoric. I totally thought that was something totally different. We'll continue.
Black to move.
I did.
Grandmaster Aaron
Whoops.
Nimzovich has a problem to solve. Even though black has a space advantage and a passed pawn on d3, white is blocking that pawn and trying to keep the position closed. Black's rook would love to invade white's first rank, but there are no open files. Black found an incredible breakthrough plan, starting with b4, offering a pawn to open up lines. If white refuses to accept the pawn and tries to pass time with a move such as bishop to a7, black breaks through with c3 check. And after b takes c3, b takes a3. White can prevent the a3 pawn from promoting after king c1, a2, and king b2. But white cannot defend both promotion threats after d2. This explains why white played a takes b4. Black now opens up another line on the other side of the board with the surprising sacrifice rook takes h4. And after g takes h4, it looks like the position is still blocked and that black has seriously blundered. But Grandmaster Aaron Nimzovich breaks through with g3. Black is only 2 moves away from promoting, so black would win any pawn race. White is forced to play f takes g3, capturing black's pawn, but now white's king is the only protector of the bishop on e3. Black has already sacrificed a rook for a knight and 2 pawns, and now sacrifices a third pawn with c3 check.
Bam.
If white captures the c3 pawn with the king, black captures white's bishop and promotes the f pawn.
Yep. That is
After
nasty.
b takes c3, black's incredible breakthrough strategy is a success
A-file.
after a3.
Man, that's crazy. That's a
If
good
white
one.
tries to stop the a pawn from promoting with king to c1, black collects the bishop with king takes e3
No worries,
and will
Elias.
win the game
We're
after
good. We're
promoting
totally
the f
good.
pawn. Now it's time to see if you can force victory with a breakthrough.
Yeah, I don't put links up. I don't allow links up. That's why I had a bunch of people putting, check out this site, check out that site, get 3,000 viewers easily, you know, the scammers. So that's why. DH, thank you so much for watching tonight. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoyed it. But don't worry about it. Yeah, it's okay. I kind of read that as the same thing. I didn't know it was links. I had no idea. It was like, what? Often the way to win a game is to promote a pawn, since the new queen is so valuable. Usually worth sacrificing a piece or 2 to promote a pawn, if all possible. Did I finish that up?
Gaining the advantage in chess is only the beginning of the journey.
Sorry. Let's start these. White appears in trouble. It's time for a breakthrough. White appears in trouble. Okay. White to move.
Excellent. White offers a pawn. You got it. White's break. Exactly. White's pawn will promote in 2 moves and will then capture black's pawn.
Endgame is obviously it's my best part of my game actually.
White's knight is defending its pawn and guarding against any pawn advances. It's breakthrough time.
White's knight is defending his pawn and guarding against any pawn advances. It's breakthrough time. Okay.
Nicely done. Black sacrifice. The pawns are rolling. Now carefully choose a pawn to advance for black. Great work. Let's finish off the game with an excellent play. Black promotes and wins easily.
By far, it's the best part of my game. I think on insights at one point I was 87. I think I'm 85 or 86 in endgame percent.
White may be up 2 pawns, but let's bring home the point for black with a breakthrough.
Let's bring home the point for black with the breakthrough. Okay. With a breakthrough.
Very good. Let's create a passed pawn. Exactly. Black has broken through white's defenses with a winning position. There's a powerful pawn sacrifice that forces a breakthrough. Can you find the move?
Okay. Boy, that's a tough one. That's a tougher one. I think it's this first. I may be wrong.
Right idea.
God
Wrong pawn.
dang it.
This move creates a passed pawn for white.
Yeah.
If black plays C, excellent job.
Yeah.
Now that the B3 pawn is moved, let's force through a passed pawn. Nicely done. Black will force through a passed pawn with A3 on the next turn with a winning position.
I got wrong pawn. That was me.
Let's play
That
the
was on
same
me.
winning breakthrough move again for black.
All right. As I almost did it again.
This time white captures with the D pawn. Which pawn move forces a passed pawn now? Great work. Now that the B3's fantastic, white has 4 pawns. Great job working through this complicated breakthrough example.
Yeah, in games, I'm really strong in the end game. I always have been. I'll be down going into the mid game, but you know, when I played stronger opponents and when I've actually beat some really legit players, it's when they underestimated me and went into an end game with me and let me have a shot. And my biggest bane is I try to get to the end game as fast as possible in any game that I play, and that is sometimes a mistake. Most of the time it's a mistake, but
Let's start again with a powerful pawn sacrifice to prepare a breakthrough.
it does give me confidence when I get to the end game. Start again with a powerful pawn sacrifice to prepare a breakthrough. I still like this one. But we'll do this, okay.
White keeps things complicated by not accepting the sacrifice and attacks the D4 pawn. Can you find another pawn sacrifice to continue to break through?
Let's see, I think. Yeah, it's a little bit.
Fantastic job. We need one more pawn sacrifice to ensure that we can promote. Try to find it. Right idea. Wrong
Damn
pawn.
it.
Unfortunately, after black captures the pawn on a3,
He can get
notice that white's king enters the square of the pawn with king c3,
Shit,
catching
my
the
fault.
passed pawn and winning the game.
My
Try
fault.
again.
Let me think here.
Great job working through these complications. Well done.
Yeah.
Black's passed pawn is
Took
unstoppable.
me a minute. Oh, very cool, JVO. Awesome, man. That's pretty cool. Yeah. The bots are getting worse. So far, just not allowing links helps. That is very cool. Well, let's try one more. These have been fun tonight.
In the middle game, you can often tell where to attack based on where your pawns are pointing and where you have a majority. Watch the video to learn more.
Okay?
When you enter a middle game position, it isn't always easy to know what to do when there aren't any obvious tactics or targets to attack. How do you figure out what side of the board you should be playing on and what your plan should be? Knowing typical middle game pawn structures and what common plans are used in these structures can be a great help. Let's look at some examples of how pawns in the middle game help us figure out what to do. In this position, future world champion Jose Raul Capablanca has the black pieces against American master Frank Marshall. Notice white has 4 pawns on the king side against black's 3 pawns. This is known as a 4 versus 3 pawn majority on the king side.
Yep.
Black, on the other hand, has 3
3
pawns on the
versus
queen
2.
side, and white only has 2 pawns. Black has a 3 versus 2 pawn majority on the queen side. Since white's pawn majority is on the same side as his castled king, it isn't easy for white to advance these pawns without risking his king's safety. In an endgame, black's king will also be a good defender against these pawns if they advance. Looking at the queen side, black comes up with the plan of advancing his queenside majority, starting with the move b5. White tries to slow down black's queenside pawn advance with a3. Black grabs more space in white's territory with the move c4.
Yep.
Black's plan is to continue to advance the queenside majority with a5 and
Right.
b4, grabbing more space in white's territory. One long-term plan for black is to use the queenside pawn majority to create a pass pawn, which was the winning plan in the game. Let's see how he did it. Capablanca has made a lot of progress with his queenside majority, but he still needs to create a pass pawn.
Hey,
Black is
Gloy.
now threatening rook c2, since white cannot capture the rook when...
How you doing, Gloin? Hello to Poland. Gloin's from Poland. And he usually comes in the mornings. He used to come in and play in our arenas, and I played him before. And he's been a long-time supporter of the channel. So say hi to Gloin from Poland tonight. Very cool, very cool. Gloin rocks. Good chess player, too. Okay, so
when
we'll
black
go to
would
the lesson.
recapture with the b3 pawn and promote it into a queen on the next turn. Marshall prevented this idea by playing bishop d1. It looks like white is holding everything together against the queenside pawn majority, but now black breaks through white's defenses with c3.
Yep.
After b takes c3, can you find Capablanca's idea? That's right, he played b2. Black was able to force a passed pawn by advancing his pawn majority, and white's rook cannot both capture the passed pawn and protect the bishop on d1.
Yep.
After rook takes b2, and rook takes d1. Capablanca's great pawn play resulted in being up a bishop for 2 pawns, an advantage the great master had no trouble converting into victory. Let's take a look at another example of using pawns in the middle game to gain the upper hand against your opponent. You don't always need a majority of pawns to attack. In this typical Queen's Gambit decline position, white has 3 pawns on the queen side, against black's 4 pawns. Even though black has the pawn majority on the queen side, white can successfully attack on that side of the board using an idea called the minority attack. After b4, white's idea is to attack the c6 pawn and create a weakness. If black tries to block the minority attack with b5, notice black's pawn on c6 is now unprotected and will be a long-term target along the c-file. If black tries to protect the b5 square with a6, after a4, knight f8, and b5, the minority attack crashes through. After a takes b5, and a takes b5, if black captures the b pawn with c takes b5, black now has a weak, isolated d pawn, and after bishop takes b5, bishop d7, black loses the d pawn after the simple bishop takes f6, with knight takes d5 to follow. If black advances the c pawn with c5, white plays d takes c5, capturing a pawn and isolating black's d pawn. If black tries to regain the pawn with bishop takes c5, black's position crumbles after bishop takes f6. The queen cannot capture the bishop without losing the d5 pawn, and after g takes f6, black's kingside structure is ruined, and white will begin to put pressure on the weak d5 pawn with moves such as rook f to d1. Finally, if black doesn't move the c-pawn and makes a developing move such as knight g6, white's minority attack succeeds in creating a weakness after b takes c6 and b takes c6. Black has a weak pawn on c6 that will be put under heavy pressure on the c-file and will be a long-term weakness for black to defend. Let's take a look at one more example together. Can pawns help us create a plan even when there isn't a pawn majority or minority attack available? Yes, they can. In this position, with black to move, all of black's pieces except the rook on a8 are ready for action on the king side. The problem is, there aren't a lot of open lines on the king side. Can you find a way to change the pawn structure to open up lines against white's king side? If you found f4, great job. Black attacks white's knight and g3 pawn. If white retreats the knight, black will simply win a pawn after f takes g3. After g takes f4, bishop takes f4. With a single trade of pawns, a lot has changed in black's favor. Black's light-squared bishop has been activated, adding pressure to white's newly isolated pawn on h3. Black's dark-squared bishop now controls the opened h2 to b8 diagonal, pointing directly at white's king. Now that there isn't a pawn on f5 for black, black's rook on f8 will enjoy open lines on the f-file once black moves the knight. White's weakened kingside and passive pieces will be no match for black's energetic pieces, ready to join forces and attack the white king. Now that you've learned how understanding pawn structures can help direct you where to play,
here we go.
Let's put your skills to the test.
JVO, House of Pancakes, thank you guys for coming in, man. You guys rock. Elias, Prehistoric, everybody that came in on this raid, those that followed, those that sub, I very much appreciate you. We will go through this one. How can black put the queenside majority into action? It's going to be interesting. Let's see. I think queenside majority into action. I might mess this up right off the bat. If I move the pawn right away, just takes it. I take back. Or do I go bishop to D? Bishop to D7. Yeah, this might be iffy. Bam, bam. Man, I'm thinking this or this. I think we'll do
Great
that.
job.
All right.
Black activates the queenside majority and prevents white from playing knight c4. How should black capture the pawn on b5 and prevent knight c4? You got it. Black's active queenside majority gives black fighting chances instead of suffering in a passive position.
You know, guys, we'll go to the next one. But you know what was the funniest thing? I was doing puzzles. It was 2 weeks ago. And there was probably 3 people in my chat. And I'm sitting there, and I'm looking, and I'm looking, and I'm looking. And, I mean, I'm taking a long time. It was after about 3 hours of puzzles. And I'm looking. And I go, wait a sec. I'm trying to checkmate the queen. I was actually trying to checkmate the queen. King's on the other side of the board, didn't even see it. I was sitting there for like 15 minutes trying to checkmate the queen. Oh my God, I knew that was it, man. I was done. It was over. It was like, safe. It was bad. It was pretty funny. I was really attentive. I had like a streak going too. And I was like, it took me 15 minutes to figure out it was the black queen I was trying to checkmate. So the king was over on the king's side, and it was crazy. I'll never forget that. That was funny. All 3 people laughed at me. All 3 people in my chat laughed at me. That's when you know you made it. Okay, next one.
White's minority attack is in action. How can white grab space and attack black's c6 pawn?
Well, okay.
Black did not want to let white rip open the b file and create a backward pawn on c6. Now black hopes to play c4. How can you prevent this and isolate a black pawn?
Okay, hoping to play c4.
Excellent job. Black now has an isolated pawn on the d file. Let's activate our f1 rook and begin to add pressure to the d5 pawn. Well played. White will continue to add pressure to black's isolated d-pawn.
I swear
Black will
by
have a
these.
tough time defending the position.
I swear by these chess lessons. I mean, they are really, really good.
Black's king is still in the middle of the board. Which pawn move forces open the center for white?
Opens the center for white. Black's king is still in the middle of the board. Which pawn move opens the center for white? Which pawn move opens the center for white?
Well spotted. White forces open lines. Since black's pawn on e6 is pinned, how can white capture a pawn and threaten to fork black's king and rook on a8? Great job. White's knight leaps into action, taking advantage of the pinned e6 pawn and threatens to fork the black king and rook. Black removes white's powerful knight. Let's recapture the knight with our bishop. Excellent. White's bishop attacks the weak b7 pawn. Since white no longer has a pawn on d4, let's use that square to attack black's light-squared bishop with our knight.
Okay, let me get that again. Since white no longer has a pawn on d4, let's use that square on d4. Let's use that square to attack black's light-squared bishop with our knight. Okay.
Fantastic work. By opening up lines with our d4 pawn in the center, white's pieces come to life with a powerful position. Compare white's pieces to black's passive forces. White has a strong positional advantage, but what should we do with it? Can you find a strong pawn attack against black's g6 pawn?
Do I want to go this way? Probably not.
Great job. Let's attack black's g6 pawn. Nicely done. White threatens to open up the f-file, and knight e4 is also a threat when black's passive defenses are no match for white's active forces. How strong is your pawn play? Can you find a pawn attack that wins material for white?
Okay.
Excellent work. Black's knight is kicked out of the center and is now unprotected. Let's use our pawn power to win material.
What you doing? You are just zooming tonight, buddy.
Your pawn play continues to improve. White attacks the f6 knight and discovers the light-squared bishop's attack on the unprotected c6 knight. White is going to win a piece.
So it has been 4 hours of the stream. I really appreciate JVO. I am going to follow him as soon as I get offline. And I'm a little tired. Otherwise, I would take a challenge right now, but it's 10:34. I have to get up, be up by 10 o'clock for Wizardry Daphne tomorrow morning. If you guys want to join me in the morning, probably play unannounced one of the nights this week after chess. But guys, you made my whole day. Thank you so much. A little slow tonight. I very much appreciate it. Let's go raid somebody. If you'd stay with me, and Elias, JVO, House of Pancakes, let's raid somebody and move it forward to them, pay it forward. And I really appreciate everybody that came in today. That was fantastic. So let's go ahead. I'm going to have to look on the streams, so hopefully I don't do that endless loop thing. And
Oh, really? Okay.
let's go on the dashboard first. See my dashboard. Anybody on? Now, Innate Optimist is on, but it's an 18 and over channel. So, I do appreciate her though, and time for another loop. Hey, look at me. Let's do the loops. Okay, it's Innate Optimist, it is. I'm going to just go to her channel right here. And,
This truth can be painful, can shatter many of your illusions.
It's a very long
This is a
fight scene.
paradox we have to accept.
Iconic.
The extreme
Put the glasses on,
violence
Chad.
of liberation. You must be forced to be free. If you trust in
Gotta make
your
sure I'm spelling it right.
sense of well-being or whatever, you will never get free. What? Freedom hurts.
Freedom hurts.
it's
That brief digression.
usually doing chess. Okay, let's see if we can get it. Thank you guys. You guys so rock. Hope you have a great night. We're going to Innate Optimist. Paying it forward. Hopefully you guys come back. Take some challenges on Wednesday and Thursday, and tomorrow night is a Chess 960 bullet at 7 o'clock. Right here, posted live stream and sports commentary by me. 7 o'clock, 6:30. The link will be up. Thank you so much. You guys have a great night. Elias, Prehistoric, Jays. Yeah, all rock. Hosts of pancakes, everybody. Thank you so much.
I'm not booking enough lessons either. I need to score in the top 3 of this tournament to make it financially worthwhile for me to have come. This person is likely prepared for me. Maybe I should play something unusual just to get him out of his apartment.